Timbersaw, the puck first phase ban. Yeah, these aren't really things that we see out of Southeast Asia. I want to see the Marcy though. Both of these teams played early on last week. I'm not 100% sure if Nemiga was actually on the new patch just yet. It was June 9th, so I'm not sure if that would have been just after the fact or just before. But Team Empire, they got their first win in the first series of the Eastern European DPC. So they haven't shown any games on this newest patch. So I wonder if that's going to change what their priorities are going into it.
We got to cast Team Empire as well against X3, I believe it was. So yep. It's a pretty good series back and forth. We even saw X3 versus... What the heck's going on? All right, well, this is...
I think they did this in their series. Maybe not both.
Ten seconds.
Nemiga.
Remaining.
I guess against the
seconds left.
High physical damage, not resistance, but the armor. Zeus doesn't really care too much about that, so we'll see. We'll see if Nemiga's able to make it again like they did in their previous series.
We've seen
they beat actually.
Just
Dyer's turn to ban.
saw Navi as well a couple times. Sweden Strong has tried to pick up the Zeus, so something that we're seeing flex to position 4, which I imagine is
10 seconds to go.
this Zeus as a 4. It's going to be very interesting how it's going to come down to just the style. I mean, you've got Stream Protector Zeus, a lot of team fight, a lot of damage, but they don't really have ways to start fights. Stream Protector is going to be pretty reliant on getting a Blink Dagger to help out with being an initiator, but besides that, they do have some issues on at least how you can initiate.
They also need to make sure that they're picking a position 3 that's going to be able to not necessarily remain solo, because like Zeus isn't really a rotator, but it is going to be... Zeus doesn't do anything for your survivability as the POS 3, so I think that's just going to be at the front of Nemiga's mind. It's a big reason why Team Empire went ahead and banned out.
Seconds. 5 seconds left.
Remaining.
As well, when they picked up the Zeus last time, they paired it together with an Alchemist as well. I'm not sure if he actually got fed through a Agon himself. I don't believe he was. It was an Alchemist that was getting a lot of farm incredibly quickly. Early Radiance, of course, with the slight increase to the uptime on the Chemical Rage, means that you can fight and farm a little bit more efficiently.
Is a hero that we might see a little bit.
Maybe. I mean,
10 seconds.
I'm just thinking as well, like how much the BKBs are going to change too much, because like 15 seconds less means you're less likely to fight into something like a Radiance, so Radiance therefore becomes better as a result. I don't know. It feels to me like Alchemist still could be a little bit greedy for me this meta. I don't feel like he does a fantastic job of pushing it either, but I don't know. I think there are teams that can make it work. Nemiga look like picking up a Pugna for themselves, so
to snap,
but it might not be into the lane. Like this might be a mid Pugna, for example. Love the clockwork pick this game.
This is scary. This could be an Exort Invoker as well. I feel like there's potential. You can even go Closswex because Zeus and Pugna, but very nice targets to be able to get the Sunstrike with the Dragon Tail and the hookshot jump.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess not as much against the Zeus, right? He's always going to be able to now jump out of the cogs, which is very annoying, but still the Treant, the Pugna, they are going to be the priority targets, particularly the Pugna, right? You just want to be able to prevent that life drain from happening, especially if this Pugna is being played as a core. So yeah, there's justifications for going the Exort, of course the cogs to enable the Sunstrike, but you've also got a Dragonite and a Snapfire lane potentially, but the Coswex both for the EMP as well as just dispelling the Decrep, for example, with the Tornado.
Conquer! Maybe it gets rid of some of the... Conquer is very good versus Invoker. You do not care about the...
Where's the Pugna go then? Where's the Zeus go? So one.
Oh,
Conquer
that
then?
no, that's a very very good point. That's a very good point. I don't know
They're
that.
like a 3 tree and protector or
Dyer's turn
something.
to bed.
Team back.
Well, I get they do. That's not the conquer, but it is something's gone crazy here for Nemiga. So, regardless, I don't hate the Void Spirit. It's a hero that's able to get on top of the Invoker, doesn't care about cogs, can jump the Snapfire as well to try and disrupt maybe the Mortimer Kisses. Always the Invoker is vulnerable to heroes that can easily get on top of you, and that's where the Void Spirit comes into play.
These int heroes, it's going to be so impactful, not just of course for the damage because they've got the higher max mana pool, but you just reduce the damage output as well, right? If a Zeus doesn't have mana, if a Void Spirit doesn't have mana, you can't fight. And really they're pretty independent of a lot of these. Like, the Pugner's not going to be able to do a crazy amount. Like we've been saying before, they've got the Snapfire against it, got lots of mixed forms of damage. The Decrep defensively isn't going to be amazing. The Alk ban, is that putting you off a bit?
My tea's freaking hot. That's what's putting me off.
I see. At least you didn't spill it on your keyboard.
Every time I'm drinking my tea now, I'm very worried that I replicate that.
Good anti-mage ban coming through from Nemiga.
I'm intrigued if they jug ban, but the Invoker makes a lot of sense. Ooh, okay, Druids.
Snap picked it well.
Very good versus Spirits because the Raw, the Root, very good to be able to lock them in place. You banned up the Life Stealer as well, which is one of the better carry matchups versus the Bear.
Here we go now.
Seconds.
Does Wraith King's
Just gonna say,
Seconds left.
Second remaining.
the crit still work on the Bear? I believe it does, right? Amps up the damage that it does because creep hero instead of
I'm not sure. I didn't even know that was a thing.
yeah. Previously, it used to do like 4 times damage or something to the Bear.
I would not hate a Wraith King. What's going on? Is this a... So, okay, what?
This is why I love casting Eastern Europe, because I don't know what the hell is going on.
Tree Protector 1, Pugna 5, Zeus 4, looking... No, okay.
3-3.
Say that again?
Tree 3, perhaps.
Who's your hero?
Hero.
Tree 3, Pugna 5. And we will get the Terrorblade as our last pick for Kiritich. Kiritich has a very, very good Terrorblade, but they have ways to be able to blow him up. You jump in Dragon Tail, Mortimer Kisses into the Invoker Burst. So it's not a free TV game, but he does have a bunch of armor, which is always going to be nice versus a Druid. It is a offlane Druid as well, and a carry Dragon Knight.
Okay, I'm just thinking like against the Treant Protector, maybe just wanting something that, you know, a lot. To make it work.
Yeah. Position 3 roll. So an interesting draft from either side. What is the Invoker gone? Just yeah. So intrigued as well. All right, so we do, however, have an interesting lineup. We've got a Treant Protector position 3. It looks like it's got Wraithman already queued up. We have a position 4 Zeus picked up for Hellscream. Of course, that leaves the Pugna as a 5/4 so bad. So we were kind of intrigued about kind of who would be playing what hero, where the lanes would be set up. Well, there we go for Nemiga.
You didn't even see the tips come through in the SEA region, and Europe just looking to get some value out of that one. I mean, with the last few picks that they've gone for here, it really does make it so that Pugna's honestly the only one that James actually really wants to get onto. Of course, I mentioned before, the Zeus now with the Heavenly Jump will be able to get out of the cogs. You've got the Dissimulate for the Void Spirit. Terrorblade probably going to die as this Clockwork. If you just hookshot in onto him, he'll turn around onto you and just burst you down. And Dream Protector is going to be hard-ish to find.
I do think the nice thing though with the clock versus the tree is rocket flare in the tree line. Yeah, that's a big thing. Vision, like you just said. And the Terrorblade, maybe you'll have burst to be able to kill him with Mortimer Kisses and Sunstrike as the game goes on. So I think there's always going to be that possibility. But it's not like it's a game where you see Zeus and you're licking your lips as a Clockwork, because this changed to this hero and people are putting a lot more emphasis on it now with the Heavenly Jump buff.
So just having a quick look and seeing how he actually skilled the Zeus when he played it last time from that position 4 role. Looks like putting a lot more emphasis onto the Lightning Bolt, not actually putting a single point in the Chain Lightning until level 10. So obviously not wanting to push the lane out quite so much, but just have to wonder how capable he's going to be of sustaining that mana in the lane.
We see he's gone for that 1 point in the Lightning Bolt already. For me, I'm quite concerned though. Like, is there ever a realm of possibility where this Tree Protector, well, it's a lot of depth. They might be able to find first blood. Lightning Bolt back up surely, but BZZ be able to turn out. Retrograde as well as getting beat down. Okay, so I guess we avoided. Vazir is level 25 Tree Protector. So obviously he's comfortable with the hero.
Oh, I'm certainly not putting it past him to have a decent game. I feel like it's going to be all right for the Treant. Sorry, I'm just looking at James here on the bottom side, who's taking a little bit of damage here.
Yo.
Luckily, he had that Tango running. Love that from the supports in particular. If you're ever going to look to make an aggressive movement, always make sure to eat a Tango beforehand. Ended up saving his life that time around. Would have been huge to be able to give that first blood over to the DB if possible.
Take a look at Shashla's bear's name.
Just a sec. There's action on the top side. All right, we'll have the chance to do it. Plus 300. Very nice.
Do like seeing some people with how they name their summons. Got Southeast Asia. Someone on Execration is named one of their. I think it was Tino. His name.
It might be Polaris. It might be Polaris that have named it Bob, the bear. Someone over there in Southeast Asia is named Bear after Mr. Bob, or even the ball. I think it might. Regardless, it's funny. I like to say that we do have a G underway. Retrograde is very far pushed forward. See, they got the Lightning Bolt out and Vazir with the right clicks, but Retrograde gonna be able to reposition thanks to the Scatter Blast slow. Again,
well, bottom lane,
I'm being a sponge. Yeah.
That was a lot of damage, but let's chill.
What do you think about the Tree and Protector Phase Boots Earn build?
You're asking the wrong. You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, lots of these little stutters. Hopefully, I mean, I've seen it in some of the Division 1 games where there was some lags happening, even the complete stuttering, but we haven't really experienced too much of it ourselves, so hopefully it's a temporary thing for both these teams.
Seems like Eastern Europe's having some bit of issues with their servers. All right, we can go to your question now with the phase boost and earn on Vazir. I don't know. I don't know. It's very interesting. Like,
yeah.
What do you go? You're not upgrading this Spirit Vessel, are you? I guess it's a DK core, pretty good versus percent damage versus the bear. Do you feel like this is just a casual earn?
It's not bad at all. I mean, especially if the Invoker is going to go this style as well. Of course, more quas, good to be able to the damage reduction, the healing reduction in onto him. I'm just wondering, like, what Tree's role is exactly this, because kind of similar to what we saw in the SEA series, this is a draft where I guess Pugna can help, but it realistically only is the Terrorblade that's going to be looking to push. Like, not going to on the tree protector. You're not going to be able to help with a push. Also, your sustain suffers a little bit. Suppose you'll have the mana boots on the Zeus to be able to keep him topped up in that aspect, but I'm keen to see how they're able to make this work.
It definitely feels like, though, we've got a game where there should be a lot of action in it. Maybe not through... Honestly, a lot of the lanes we've already seen kind of the back and forth with the right clicks. Look at that Savage Roth. James wants to continue to punch back into so bad, but we've got level 1 at the moment on the clockwork, so it's not really going to be able to pump in too much damage.
Could be a kill at any moment on this bottom side, honestly. Sobad's doing a great job of getting a lot of these harassers out, both onto the clockwork as well as the lone druid, and it's certainly not a lane where Pugner has the freedom to be able to just get that off nice and easily. Decrep is just a little bit too short range, otherwise he would have been able to secure that kill onto the clockwork, and well, they might actually get it onto Shashlo instead, but nice use of the fear. Yeah, Sobad, his laning has always been pretty good. I mean, we have to remember that this is a guy that was on Yellow Submarine winners. Fortunately for him, he wasn't part of that roster, of course, once they changed, bringing in Mira in. So, certainly no slouch.
Up lane. Damage into the Tree Protector, but the 2 points in leech speed. Vajra can stand his ground and beat into BZZ. Fire is able to reposition to the north. So they will not get a kill just yet.
Not on my watch.
Maybe they will now, actually, yeah.
Might die.
Double stun, BZZ. Gets in range, Scatter Blast, and there we go. Finally, we've got our first blood. It's been a lot of back and forth. Both sides just kind of posturing aggressively, seeing who's got the most damage to be able to get that kill. And well, finally, it comes out from Empire in this top side of the map.
And this is what I was talking about in the draft as well, right? The Zeus isn't really one of those heroes that's able to prevent those type of movements from happening. You know, you're not a saving support. You're not anyone that has any kind of regen component. You don't provide a stun. Really just a very minor slow that you get with the Heavenly Jump. Dream might look to try and commit in onto BZZ here, but doesn't look like he'll have the damage to be able to turn this one around. Aggressive, perhaps. Best option. Might be able to snipe this courier here, but good micro coming through from DK, protecting his boots.
The 1d1. And now 1 BZZ. They get some damage from Hellscream. Vajra again posturing aggressively.
Wanted to make sure he was body blocking the small. Kind of surprising that against a Zeus, I know mana is such a precious commodity for a Zeus in a laning stage, but this Observer Ward on the high ground has been able to stay there for the entire time. This would be nice little gold and experience injection for him if he was able to get it, but it's just about to expire. Even now, retrograde 2 points in the Dragon Blood, right? So he's going to be able to sustain against a lot of this slower damage, like damage over time coming out from the Tree Protector, at least until he's the phase boots. But then again, by the time that comes around, you're going to be, you know, level 6 probably on the DK. You're going to be level 5 perhaps on the Snap, and then, you know, your own turnaround potential is very high too.
How worried I am about missing a kill. I see everyone's health pool, and I'm like, guys, give me a break. I'm giving me a heart attack. I'm just jumping from lane to lane.
Great Zeus game. He's going to be able to get one of those ultis off eventually and get a rampage.
Get a ref. Holy, not a rampage for
I've done it
Hellscream.
once. I've done that once before. I've pressed R and got a rampage.
Wow. Just click R. Crazy.
I think it was in like one of those meme gameplay compilation videos by, you know, Try Mike, for instance, like Marvo.
BZZ. Cookie? No, I do not. Obviously, it's a small creator. No surprise. Clip must not have been too good.
That was great. I mean, the only reason I got it was because the Void like chronoed his own team on the enemy team, so we'll ignore that.
Oh, Void. Well, speaking of the Void, Spirit's botting mid as he's going aggressively for the rune. BZZ might be in trouble as well, but again, Hellscream without really abilities to be able to funnel in the damage. Meanwhile, Squad, he's solo with a Void Spirit at the moment. One more right click, not enough to get the kill, so he's going to turn his attention over the Zeus instead. They know the Heavenly Jump was used prior, so James, great position for the Clockwork, wrapping around on Nemiga's location to secure their second kill.
Also bad, going for the snipe there, able to take away the double damage, but importantly for Squad, in his laning potentially, you can see Tornado EMP available again, and he just got the Urn of Shadows delivered prior to picking up that kill, so very nicely done. Of course, the EMP going to be a great tool, mentioned for it being effective against the likes of the Pugna with the Decrep, but it's the Void Spirit as well with the Resonant Pulse to get rid of a lot of that physical damage resistance coming through. Pugna immediately just brought from full to basically 0 mana as a result of that EMP.
He's top. Nemiga going to be playing with 3 heroes. Retrograde is not an easy kill by any stretch. Maybe with the Void Spirit's burst potential over the level 6, they might be able to do it. Cookie Sun's going to hold them back, but Retrograde will. He's too far over in this lane, so we'll have no chance to back to the tower. It's nice rotation coming through from the position 2 of Nemiga.
Going to give So Bad a little bit of that priority through. Of course, against a Snapfire, against an Invoker, it is still very important to have those levels up on the Pugna to be able to, sustain someone like the Zeus, to be able to have that consistent impact in a lot of these team fights. Same sort of thing with the Void Spirit, but I was mentioning before that their pushing potential is a little bit lacking. Of course, Kiritich having a very good game on the bottom side, leading the net worth right now, but you don't want to leave it all up to him.
That's what happens.
So it's just about having that extra couple of points in the Nether Blast to be able to convert any kind of teamfight victory into an objective as well.
Pretty important though for the Void Spirit. He's able to find the Illusion Rune. Nothing crazy that he can do anything with. Oh, actually, I guess if he holds it in his bottle, it's going to be nice to like purge off the Cold Snap or like a slow from the Scatter Blast. But just mainly just keeping the resources up. That's really important thing, because we saw him get the kill top, and as a Void Spirit, you really want to be staying on the map and getting active.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It's going to be easier, kind of like what we saw previously with the Storm Spirit, right? Once the Pugna hits level 6. So the fact that he's almost level 5 is good. It means once that tome is available, if they opt to give it to him, then it's just going to buff up this Void Spirit's impact even further. He's got the Power Treads coming out to him now, as well as the plus 200 mana. The Tumbler's Toy.
Treads is interesting. I don't usually see Treads on Void Spirit, so I'm quite intrigued about the choice for him to go down this route.
I'm trying to think as well, to be honest. It's overall more skirmishy, but typically, well, sorry, top lane. Overgrowth being used for this first time to get the Heavenly Jump in to be able to close this out, but just off.
This is the own charge as well. They won't be able to catch up. The drop some abilities. Actually, they do. Okay. Gets hit by the EMP. So it's going to cost him his life. They have to use another earn charge to secure the kill. He's making him work for it. He could get the deny. Oh, that was close. But hang on. Look at the time he's been able to make. Nemiga, 3 heroes rotating to the outpost, but they are lacking stun, so BZZ leaps back to the safety of the tier 2.
To pick up anything. You know exactly where they are as well, because they were walking underneath the outpost. So James looking to set up for that top power rune. It's going to be bot instead, and of course taking it away from the Spirit Hero feels good every single time. Zeus picking up that tome, so he's got Thunder God's Wrath available for his team to be able to assist with a lot of these ganking attempts. BKBs are the real thing that you're looking forward to on Team Empire, but honestly outside of the DK, he was able to just get away from the EMP in mid. There's no real natural builders for that BKB.
We've kind of avoided slow down bottom. What are we expecting this Lone Druid to itemize as a position 3 this game?
He's going into the Mithril Hammer, but it does going up against the Terrorblade isn't the easiest task for a lone druid, right? Once he gets the Skadi, you're just able to all-in focus onto the bear and then deal with him pretty quickly. I feel like it is a target that's vulnerable if you can just slow him down a little bit, and that's what you're going to be able to have with, of course, the Tree of Protector, Nature's Grasp, and the Leech Siege. You've even got the Heavenly Jump that provides a movement speed slope.
Lane retrograde. We're trying to bring down the Dragon Knight. You see how tanky it truly is. It's an incredible overgrowth, but there's no damage for them. Void Spirit's already spammed out all his abilities, and our squad as well is going to get the slow on Vazja. So, to connect the Pugna. Too much damage you can really pump into the fight, and it looks like Empire are just happy with what they're getting out of the map. Like Sharchlo takes a bottom T1 tower, you get the kill into the Void Spirit, so the position too is really struggling on Nemiga.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was just wanting that better lane for mid, I suppose, considering, you know, hypothetically, you're meant to be able to avoid a lot of these EMPs through the use of the Dissimulate, but even though he's maxed it out and he's got that lowest cooldown imaginable.
Hell screen. Nice jump away. Now Sobat's going to try and wrap on through. James, unfortunately, still without the level 6. That's really what you're needing on Empire, it feels like, to start this fight. So that you do have retrograde soon to complete the Blink Dagger. So maybe once they get that and the hook, then we can see them make some more aggressive plays. They are beelining back top. They don't want to be giving towers up for free, it looks like.
Snapfire just on value point in the little shredder, able to deal with that Nether Ward, and now they're going to feel so confident being able to take this team fight. You just don't do anything on Nemiga with this draft gone for here, or even messing up them. And unfortunately on Sobad, so he's not able to replenish his teammates. Maybe might use the Mana Drain before he goes back to base, but no. Okay, he just carried himself and then goes right back on out. You need to enable your Zeus as much as possible.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this and I feel like Empire are just really comfortable with the status quo of this game. I believe in their lineup late game is hold around 4. James, there we go. Gets the hook shot, level 6 online, so we can jump out the screen. The only issue is he's always able to get to the cogs, but he can't escape the tornado. The squad catches him out from afar. He's able to secure their 5th kill of the game.
They can even look to go for more pickoffs if choosing too soon. Retrograde having just picked up that Blink Dagger for himself. I can understand and Zeus wanting to go for the Aghanim next, the energy booster, just because, you know, you are up against these heroes that can get pretty tanky. 3 strength heroes, Lone Druid Bear, can be quite nice, but don't really offer anything in this stage if you're not getting kills, and so far he's only had that 1 kill involvement. It's not like there's a stun to set up for your Thunder God's Wrath, for example.
Man, I don't know. I'm continuing to... Well, hang on, top lane overgrowth. Solar use with the help of Sobat's life drain burst. That'll be enough to get rid of James. And finally, the T1 tower. I'm continuing to look at this Empire lineup, and I feel like they're going to have a gigantic mid-game timing. Like, you get this Lone Druid that's for farming. DK's ridiculously farmed as well. They might even get a Void Spirit kill. Not going to get him much distance away. And the Blink is up as well for the Dragon Knight to close the distance as well. But the Zeus does a really good job to cancel the Blink. But he runs straight into Sharch. So, and in fact, Retrograde's going to go for Hellscream as well behind the Tier 2 tower. Alacrity, bonus damage given over, even cookied further on forward. Beautifully done as Empire find a 2nd kill.
They know Sobad's out of mana as well, and they use the fortification there. So if they were wanting to, Sharchlo could actually look to put a little bit of pressure onto this tower, but they're just choosing to continue farming. Again, this is a true triple core lineup that they've got now.
Radiant's middle tower is not.
But I don't think you're worried about late game with how they're going to scale. Like Invoker late game is very scary. You got a Train Protector 3. But you got to scale up. Blink, double overgrowth potentially. I don't know. But it's also Digest. They got a really good mid game timing. Is Ayo on top lane? James and squad combined together. They're onto the Terrorblade. He's got no mana. No opportunity for Kiritich to land the Sunder. First death of the game. He was top of the net worth, and that is a gigantic kill for Empire.
Yeah, he is the one option that they have to be able to come back into this game. I was mentioning before, if he gets the Skadi, if he gets a good amount of levels and stats, you are able to deal with the Lone Druid, make him much less of an effective tool. You've also got all of those other ranged heroes in the Invoker and the Dragon Knight, of course in the Elder Dragon form, to be able to have that greater effectiveness against. And I mean, play this game.
That was a net
Even
worth.
means that the POS 3 Treant is forced to go into a 4-star. That's not what he wants. You know, he's forced to do this because he's up against a clockwork and
Slow. Let's see. Oh, you got it. Oh no! First hit group. It's not getting any better for Nemiga. Get this off the right side. They're going to go down Vajra. Overgrowth used defensively. One of the kisses getting laid down. Shotshlo should easily close the distance, and Retrograde will fly on over as well. This is starting to get out of hand.
I'm keeping the Copium there. I still think that this Terrorblade has the potential for the impact. Like, they've only taken one town. They'll take a second now. But the Lone Druid does fall off against the TP, for sure. I'm just worried that, again, it is a legitimate tri-core lineup. They've been able to find Sobat. He's out of mana. You're looking to get very greedy with this Pugna. And I'm not sure what he's doing playing solo. And he's got that Netherward maxed out. That is a team fighting style of build, not a split pushing style of build. So positioning not quite on point.
I'm going to green set this Druid is definitely a hero that does fall off, but I again feel like they're going to hit just such a huge mid-game timing with this 3-core lineup where I feel like DK and Druid are going to have so much health where it's very difficult to blow them up, especially with how far behind the Void Spirit is. Like the Zeus, you were hoping this hero would scale a little bit, but hasn't really been able to find any gold to get those smaller items to pump in the damage. Oh, yeah, you're really asking a lot out of this Terrorblade, but it's not like... how are you going to enable him to right-click? Because I feel like they're just going to run at the Terrorblade and he won't really be able to...
It's on the back of the Treant Protector, right? He just needs to be there with a solid overgrowth to be able to try and turn things around. You've got about to see an okay amount of damage reduction with the Nether Ward, of course. Just the 1 point in the living armor is going to do a little, at least, to be able to block the damage coming through from the likes of the Lone Druid Bear, but they want to make an aggressive move while they can. Fresh Manta picked up.
Alright.
Catch that slow. Could be a big deal.
And they will. It's easy kill. Looks like Kiritich could commit the metamorphosis for it. They'll even Thundergod's Wrath as well, just to scout out Empire's heroes and see if anyone else is nearby just to jump in, and if they were baiting the Druid.
They were lucky enough on Nemiga as well to be able to pick up the Philosopher's Stone as well, so Zeus, one of the better heroes to be able to hold on to that. Certainly is going to accelerate his farming a little bit. Switch things up. He's not going into the Aghanim Shard anymore. Just saying, I want the energy booster just for the sustain. Never mind, he's going back into the Shard. But he wanted the Aghanim Scepter as much as he could. But it feels like you're in a game where this is a position for Zeus, and he's last on network. He hasn't been enabled by the Pugna. Had a pretty terrible lane.
They're gonna fight Retrograde. The high gun, even one of the kisses again for a support. Just immediately old so bad Pugna. They feel the need to be able to drop the ultimate for it. Retrograde. Alright, they're gonna find him. Rocket Flare runs straight to the dragon as well. But the Void Spirit's gonna come to the party. They're pumped up for the moment, but he doesn't want to stick around, especially with Shotshlo showing up one route and even a bash for good measure, and he would be dead.
One of the better items to be able to stop a lot of this aggression that every hero have it. No, 3 out of the 5 heroes on Empire have the raindrops, just to be able to say, okay, well, Zeus, you might be able to use the lightning bolt, but you've only got a set amount of mana to have a level of effectiveness against us if we just buy a super cheap item. With that, opens up the roach pit. They've got the vision advantage, of course, with the clipboard. Clockwork showing on the map because, of course, he's not going to help too much with that taking. And, yeah, the rich get richer, it seems.
I'm trying to... Maybe if Kiritich gets his Skadi by the time that he sees high ground, because I don't think you're going to stop them. You're not seeing high ground with this ages, actually, so... As long as his game doesn't get too out of control and he doesn't die a couple of times, you're really going to need this item. He's going BKB afterwards as well, so it's going to be a bit defensive, but maybe you're playing off the back of like you said, just a big overgrowth with them diving too deep into the base, and then Kiritich freely being able to right-click heroes down.
They really need to get like a kill somewhere. Like they're going to be feeling a little bit confident on Empire with this Aegis, so they might be a little bit more split than you would originally expect. Treant just needs to get the charges into that Spirit Vessel. He also needs that little bit of a boost in gold just to make sure that the Clockwork is going to have as big of an impact. Honestly, even the EMP and the root coming through from the Lone Druid as well is good enough reason to be able to buy the 4-staff, but something needs to happen. You can't just sit back and allow this net worth lead to continue to grow.
I don't... Who do you play with, though? What, you reckon Void Spirit Zeus trying to set up on a side lane for a pick-off?
Yeah, literally 1 kill. That's all I want, just so that they have that turnaround potential to maybe use the Spirit Vessel when Empire dive too deep because they're feeling confident.
We do see kind of the read from Nemiga with this Aegis getting picked up from Empire is just stall. That's it. Like Vaz just top trying to push out with the Nature's Grasp. We even see bottom lane Hellscream is just spamming with level 1 Arc Lightning. And of course, it's not the best tool, but you could use whatever you have in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where it's like, well, if you're losing, you've got to try and split up the map as much as possible. We've seen how effective Team Empire are at their team fighting so far. Of course, 14 kills to the 3 on Nemiga. So if you split things up and you farm 3 separate lanes, someone's going to die, but not everyone's going to die. And you're going to be able to recover that net worth deficit a little bit. And obviously, Hellscream wants to be able to pick up that Aghanim shard just so that he can have some kind of impact in these team fights to come.
Those are the marks. They know someone's nearby. The Sunstrike on the right. I thought Retrograde was going to jump straight on Hellscream. Should be able to charge him down to an edge. They have to work, so they're going to see him as soon as he leaves the tree line. Oh, no, okay. There's no way he gets out, right? Retrograde. Okay, they get the cookie. And Mr. Zeus stuck inside the close, and the damage will funnel in afterwards. Get the high ground?
Consider it. I mean, you're still up against a Treant Protector. He's got 2 points in the living armor. Amazing, but I mean, it's there with the moment.
He's gonna jump. Yo, I was gonna say, sorry about you can't be positioned like that. Not against the lineup that Empire have. They are going to be having no hesitation. Voidspirit's going to try it in the middle. The Invoker is very far pushed up forward on squad, but he's going to be protected by the BKB and the cookie. But it's rooted in place as Vajra gets the overgrowth, locking them together. It's a lot of damage onto the Invoker. This is a great fight for Nemiga, as even Kiritich is going to look to get involved as well. They'll deal with the first life. He's got BKB. He might be able to BKB TP. Oh, Retrograde's going to try and attempt it. The Metamorphosis hasn't been popped. I think Kiritich gets that kill with meta, but of course, you always hesitate. You don't get the kill, then it's on cooldown, then maybe they just respawn and walk it down.
So huge to get that big kill bounty as well. Would have even finished up the Scuddy beforehand. They were so close to being able to take that tier 3 tower as well. And this is the one avenue that we were expecting perhaps Nemiga to be able to come back in. You know, just going for that a little bit too deep of a dive. It was a BKB that needed to be popped by the Invoker. You know, he was in too deep, but just the positioning coming through from Vajra, very effective. Now, with that, he's got the 1 Spirit Vessel charge, obviously needing to use the previous one to be able to attempt the kill. Bringing himself closer to the 4-staff, so slowly clawing their way back, Nemiga.
Gone Vajra or Vajra?
Either.
That doesn't really
Tomato, tomato.
No.
It's a regional dialect, you know?
I'm all for
You a grass or a... No, you a castle or a castle kind of guy?
Castle, I'm not some absolute...
Are you a dance or a dance?
Dance.
See, you can't have it both. Well, you can. I'm the exact same as you, actually, but English is weird, okay?
Well, Australian English is always correct.
True.
Right?
We are the best.
Yeah, we are the best. James, how's this man almost got a scepter? I guess he's 2-1-8. James had a very good game so far in the Clockwork. Look at this man.
Rock it on.
Oh, yes. Love me some Clockwork. Phil, this year again, we were mentioning it earlier in Southeast Asia. Like the Clockwork might be rising to popularity a little bit more, especially with the battery assault. Just being able to find that little bit of farm. I think you even mentioned that could now help you get that scepter.
That game, it was in particularly because it was against a Puck who, you know, you needed that lockdown to be able to burst him. This game, it's kind of similar, right? Like, if you let a Zeus free cast, then obviously he's just going to have a very easy team fight, but that's what the Aghanim set is going to be good for, right? You get the initial hook onto him, you force out the Heavenly Jump, then immediately just hook again, second cogs, and then suddenly Zeus is caught, vulnerable. No real way to save him outside of maybe the Treant Protector using his own Force Staff to try and save.
All right, so what are our thoughts on Kiritich solo carrying this game? Is this a Terrorblade game where if he gets 6 slotted, then they don't have the answers to it?
6 slotted, yes. Before that point, I still feel like it's going to be Empire in the lead all the way. I'm still on the fact that Zeus scales, right? Like, he is going to be able to do a lot of damage if you are able to make a recovery.
Okay, so we're really looking, and for Nemiga, they are not too, well, yeah, you're down, but at least you know in the back of your mind, if Kiritich gets enough farm, he could be able to carry us.
Yeah, you're down but not out, and this is what I was talking about before as well. I think it's just so important, and it's the wise decision that they're making right now to try and split the map up as much as possible. You've got the Illusion pushing mid, you've got a Void Spirit, of course, very quickly able to remove a creep wave just by bursting it down, stepping back into the trees, and then you've got this Treant and Zeus pushing up on the top side of the map. So, farm 3 lanes, hope you don't die just through your clever movements and vision that's been placed down by Empire, and then if someone dies, hopefully it's a support or a very good use out of the Thunder God's Wrath to be able to catch out this smoke. So they know the positioning, they're going to be able to retreat in time. So yeah, I mean, this net worth lead, even after that previous team fight, has gone from 6k back down to 4. Like, the Nemiga are being more efficient right now.
It's not like they're the worst pick off an Empire. Clockwork, Invoker, Dragonite with Blink. It's definitely not horrible. I guess they do have some immobile heroes, so we kind of see how Nemiga are using that to their advantage. Like, you might get to a stage where you need to start putting maybe some Tinker Wards up, just because Vazir he's made top his home. He hasn't really left this lane for quite some time. We've got a ward that he's kind of playing with at the moment too.
You need the Tinker Ward and the Sentry as well, because he's got the Aghanim Shard. He chose to go that prior to picking up the Force Staff for himself, just because it's going to provide you that invis. So things can turn around a little bit, I suppose, if you've got that detection. Maybe again, once Clockwork hits level 20, you've got the Rocket Flare reveals invis as well, but I mean, that's a long way down the track. He does have his Axe finish though, and the level 12 timing, so that's going to be nice.
So do you feel like Nemiga are in a position to force a fight now though, with the BKB completed on Kiritich?
I kind of don't feel like they need to, you know? Like, Zeus just wants to continue farming up, he wants those levels, but honestly, even just the 1 point of the Arc Lightning feels fine. Just because you want to get the value out of the static field as much as possible. And yeah, it's just all about delay. Get Kiritich more items. If he's able to pick up this Daedalus, it's going to be a nice tool. Again, it's just all focusing in onto the bear at the start of a lot of these engagements.
Oh.
Speak. We reached up to level 20. Top net worth.
Dire's bottom tower.
Dire's bottom
Don't
tower.
look good.
Yeah, Chargler is looking...
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, he's looking incredible, this Druid. And he's going down... I'll say the Gunner build, just because he was the first one that'll really sort of do it with the kind of spam of Wraith Bands, with the kind of 25 minutes heading through, so you get the double effectiveness out of it.
For the real Druid as opposed to the bear.
Yes.
So hitting up onto level 20.
Rogue's gonna fall pretty fast.
They pre-pop the true form as well. It's only got 10 seconds down.
Thundergords, they're gonna jump James straight onto the pocket, but he dropped another ward for the fight. Void Spirit's gonna show up and reveal the Accept up, but they're onto Kiritich. A very defensive BKB as Terrorblade's not able to enter the fight, but they got squad. They blew up the Invoker off to the north. Oh no way, Nemiga. Are they gonna get this?
They could. I mean, they're running out of the BKB duration on the Terrorblade, so maybe they can look to re-engage, but you used a lot. No BKB used just yet on the Dragon Knight, though, might give them that little bit of confidence. They know that the Nether Ward was killed in the previous fight as well, but Shachlow's ready to fight. Like, they're about half HP, but got the resummon, so I think they could absolutely look to take an engagement right.
All right, what is the play for Empire? I don't believe... No, you're not going to buy back. Roche will fall too fast for him to get him back to the fight. So you got BKB
You could force staff the bear at the exact same time, catch out Malorine before he's able to get the astral step off or the dissimulate, burst him down, get some lucky roots, maybe look to try and kill Roshan as a result.
Okay, right, we'll force into Cookie. Let's see. Mr. Plus 300 Bear. You're able to get back into the fight. Ready? They have all 5 heroes. It's so bad. Did he?
I mean, they've even got Blink Dragon Tail on the TK as well. That'd be probably a little bit easier of a kill.
I feel like maybe you're just looking for the bear to get vision inside the pit and then jump in, stun Kiritich and snag Roche because he's not going to have BKB then. So maybe that's the play you're looking for. Do you even get out? What are you considering? Because if you get... Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, you got a ball game if Nemiga get this Roche.
I feel like Void Spirit dies here. Unless he instantly dissimulates to try and retreat back to the rest of his team.
Where's so bad's position? Yeah, he's too far away to help out. Alright, we'll see. Melrine. Oh, there we go. The jump in, the Dragon Tail. They get a root. They get the Savage Roar instead. So Melrine's gone. Did it dissimulate? An Invoker brought back as well. The squad's going to look to rejoin the fight, and they're evacuating from the pit.
Now they absolutely need to make sure they're securing Roche here. Luckily, the tornado bug doesn't exist anymore for Roshan. He didn't TP to that mid lane.
They're going to lose meta shortly as well. This is a really good read from Empire. Just kite Kiritich. You don't care. They know they can't Roche, so just waste the meta out.
Lose the Elder Dragon form, though, is the only downside. Of the Sentry Ward there by BZZ, and looks like they'll be able to claim it. Broker there to be able to pick it up. As well, the Aghanim Shard on the deck. That one looks like it's the Invoker.
Fighters! Too worried about the minus 3-second downtime, something like that from squad. It's okay. You can always be better in some areas than others.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It was big that they were able to get that.
No, this is not good. Sentry drop. That's how you defend your towers. No Train Protector to stall. He's got a buyback, but... Oh, you got a bear with alacrity. This is not good. Oh, no. Oh, no.
And the little Shredder.
Okay, hang on. It's a lot of damage, Retrograde.
Actually looked to commit. He might still die to the tower hit. Oh, he resummoned just before it died.
Oh, we're looking at the bear. I'm like, what's going on? Who's dying? Everyone's healthy.
No plus 300. Yeah. It was on like 40 HP with a tower shot coming out through it.
Back for exactly what Nemiga did last ages. So push the map. As you already see, Terrorblade's illusions down to bottom, forcing Retrograde to this area. They know that he TP'd down, so they won't have the Dragon Knight. This is... Okay, I like this from Nemiga. They're going to try and smoke, but it looks like Dire, they are wary of this attempt. Very weary.
Weary is tied.
Very.
Which... midnight.
I'm going to be tired tomorrow. No, there's a DD on Shachlow.
Lone Druids finished up in Thompson Sniper build. The 5 Wraith Bands plus the Boots of Speed. Here we go. They're going for a smoke with the DD picked up on the Bear. You've also got the level 20 plus Aghanim Scepter for the Dragon Knight. They want to get another free pick off here on Tavaja if they can. Revealed on the lane just for a moment, but fortunately Clockwork wasn't in position to get off the shot.
I see you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Guys, this train's not gonna work. You gotta get back.
You don't have the ulti on Zeus. Not just push up into the high ground. Looks like they want to push through bot. It's not as much where they've set up, and why not? Playing scared. Rose Invoker TP back to the lane to push it out.
Orango. The 12% with the Spell Amp. Level 24, the Void Spirit is going to the Ag Shard next as well. Kiritich also has the Silver's Edge completed, so you've got the break now for the DK. Because the break as well versus the Druid's going to be kind of nice with the Spirit Link.
Plus the bear.
Yes, sir.
Dire's top tower is about to be radiant.
yes.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Good job. Alright, they're going to smoke up. They do not have a ward to... Actually, they do have a ward on the cliff. So they're scouting out Empire retreating back to their jungle. Do they see that ward with the blink over? Not going to happen.
I think so.
Okay.
And it's off.
This is what Clockwork does really well. You know, he's just constantly using that rocket flare on the other side of the map.
Smokes on the pot. Badger in the middle. Retrograde's going to jump on the Pugna. But she's going to try and blow him up before the Nether Ward is utilized. So Bad has to drop this before they secure the kill. But Kiritich is in. Metamorph is committed along with the Overgrowth. But Nemiga, they're hesitant. They're going to turn back for the Clockwork instead. So James is the first to be killed off. How do you enter the fight again, though, from Nemiga? They really don't have ways to jump in. It's all on Melrine.
Yeah, but they're just pushing. This is what they're doing. This is the best that they could have possibly expected. Top lane, they should be able to get this tier 2. They should be able to take Outburst away. And honestly, even just getting the one kill as a result of how that team fight started. I mean, Pugna not to die.
You gotta get out. Melrine was in the tree line. They've never seen. They see the Zeus instead. They're gonna try and blow up Retrograde. Kiritich beating down onto the Dragon Knight. They got plenty of damage. And Kiritich gets the first kill. Now he's turning to Shah. So as well, protected the VKB. Look at the Mono and Kiritich is gonna win it. The Terrorblade coming out on top along with Nemiga. You lose the Zeus, but Hellscream is more than happy with that trade.
Right towards the end of the Metamorphosis as well. TV had no choice but to man fight. This is what I was talking about. They have the potential to come back into this if it does get super late. He's not quite 6 slotted yet either. Still has that Satanic to be able to play around with, of course. Very effective at things like dispelling off the Breathe Fire for himself, getting rid of the Entangling Roots if it's ever onto him. Very nice tool to be able to have.
James? Curious, that was like perfect position of protecting Pug now.
And, I mean, it's not just the Kiritich farm that I'm looking at as well. It's like the supporting cast. How are the rest of the boys going to be able to help him? And at this point in time, Pugna's the main one. Just to be able to get that Vladimir's offering will be huge if he's able to pick that up. Damage reduction is still pretty damn strong. You know, the Pugna, of course, with the spell damage reduction, and you can look to build that one into a Wraith pack.
So Melrine on the Void Spirit. He's with his a couple grand behind the Invoker, but very impressed with how he has been able to have impact in this game. We saw him putting a lot more emphasis on just pushing out side lanes, trying to work towards that Ag Scepter, which he's had for quite some time. Went down the Shard route, and now he's going to the Shivas next as well. So there's just extra armor, and maybe even just a vision as well to be able to find that prime target, maybe onto the Snapfire to look to get rid of that burst potential, target down the Evoker to make sure that squad can't really have a free fight where he's just spell casting, chucking out all 10 abilities.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? You just want to try and interrupt, in particular, the Snapfire early, as well as, look, if you're committing a Blink BKB stun on a Dragon Knight, and if you're hook-shotting in, you don't want a Void Spirit to just come in onto the back lines and have you silenced for, let's say. Invoker's going to need to pop that BKB, and then it's just all about sustain in the team fight from then. Drop down the Nether Ward. You're going to have Pugna in position to try and get the Decrep and the heals off. You'll have the Overgrowth for the turnaround. You have, of course, Living Armor, Leech Seed, plenty of Force stuff. So it's just about surviving the initial burst and then kiting out the BKBs when they're popped by Team Empire. And then Nemiga can look to turn around.
How long do you reckon this game is going to go? I'm going to say like 53 minutes and 21 seconds.
53-22.
I hate you. You always do it. Every time.
You've got all under that. You've got a 16-minute period where you could be on the better end. Come on.
No, I'm not. We're not doing. We're not doing higher or lower. We're just seeing. Well, I mean, I guess if I'm going to do then, I want to see if you get it right on the dot. Otherwise, I wouldn't put seconds in there.
Okay. I'll actually go less. I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
5 minutes. Let's say 44.
Why so many fours?
Why not?
Well, that's a good point. I don't know. I have no rebuttal to that. Sure, why not? But a lot of fours. You're a fan of the fours? Interesting. I like my 10s. It's a nice. Well, it's just a clean number. Double digits. Fours just a. I don't know. You're lonely down there in the smaller digits.
Lonely. You got 3 others. You know.
All right, Garrett. It's Satanic picked up on the TV. He's even holding the Spell Prism as well for the moment. Anything better that? Yeah, they've only got 2 items. So Timeless Relic on the Void Spirit. You love to see that.
Amping up that, like, putting even more pressure onto the Invoker to pop that BKB in response to any kind of backline movement that's going to come through. And they're doing a good job again of just stalling this out. Haven't lost a single lane of racks yet, despite being in a losing position for quite some time. What's the win probability? Still favoring Empire, about 2-1. I really feel like Nemiga could look to back and potentially win this game.
Thanks. Heroes behind him, Vajor. Posture aggressively. Just hit level 20 as well, so he's got the bonus 8 armor. That's going to be really nice, especially versus Dire. What's Invoker? Oh, Hex on squad. Okay, this is going to catch them off guard. Who are they blowing up on Empire?
Still think Zeus needs to die.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Bye bye, Hellscream.
Zeus or Pugner?
Support's got to go. Yep. The smoke, long wrap around. Look at Dire's positioning. The ward on the high ground. Squad's on the front line. Hate to lose the Invoker to start as well, especially with this Hex picked up. He won't have a buyback. Know where they are. Tier 2 tower's been claimed. Charger's going to charge in the middle. Radiant, they got the ward on the high ground. They see everything onto squad. The Invoker's going to be cautious. He's able to get some abilities off though, targeting down the overgrowth. It won't be available for the fight. And able to hookshot him. They're kiting Kiritich. BKB standing his ground, trying to beat it to retrograde. The Dragon is going to try and TP up, but Kiritich, he's got too much damage. So get rid of retrograde. But how can they chain this into more kills? Well, onto Chargela they go. As Melreen gets the 8th remnant, is able to cancel the TP in its tracks. And it's a 2 for 2, and Nemiga, they come out ahead in the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got this lane kind of pushed in as well on the top side. Ooh, one creep still alive. Doesn't look like he'll be able to retain it. But it's only 30 seconds left on this Roche respawn. It was about a mid-range one. I feel like James was just a little bit too slow.
James got the hook. Let's see if they're able to blow him up. Hex is out as well. He's falling lower and lower. The Sunder! Kiritich puts his own body on the line to try and keep the Void Spirit alive. He's going to go down to the south, getting rid of the Grandma. So going to be cautious on Melreen. Squad's nearby with Hex on cooldown. Squad is going to get the kill regardless. So Kiritich, the savior play, tried to do his best to keep Melreen alive, but Squad was able to solo kill him in the pit.
He's up his level 25. Radial Deafening Blast is going to be really nice. Doesn't matter where you are in the engagement. The TB illusions are going to be hit by that, so it's a big damage reduction looking to come through. You can even honestly look to use it to counter out people like the Pugner and the Dream attacks. We've seen how effective Vaj has been with being able to get that 4-star in with the overgrowth. You push him away, not going to have the same level of impact. Same sort of thing with the Pugner, right? It wants to be able to sit there and get the life drain off, push him further away. Might not have that luxury.
You're not going to have Roche as well, look at this.
Yep. The luxury of being able to pick up some of these really strong neutral items as well. Pugner at this point in time holding onto the spider legs meant that he was able to kite out that team fight so effectively. So,
Ooh.
you know, I was mentioning before that So Bad or Hellscream were the ones that needed to get focused down, but it's just so hard to do it now. He's even holding on to the telescope instead of the psychic headband on Zeus. That's going to buff up your Terrorblade even further.
I did like though how they targeted down the Train Protector. We saw without the overgrowth, they were able to kind of kite Kiritich for a little bit. So I also don't hate if they're able to get the Train Protector. Who also, keep in mind, Vajra, they gave him the Scepter. So he has the Eye of the Forest to be playing with.
Okay. It's going to be nice. It means that he doesn't actually need to be playing on the front lines. They Sunstrike onto him, but they didn't know that.
Okay, well, of course, Melrine already had one. Zeus had his Ags, and Pugner's Ags is debatable. They're not going to go for it, so it's just a question if you wanted the Terrorblades or not. But obviously, feeling the importance on information, of course, late game Dota always comes down to information. They see the real Terrorblade. Maybe Squad's just going to cut the wave.
I mean, he's got Aegis though, right? Makes sense to commit it onto him. He's gone for the Metamorphosis duration into...
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now Empire are kind of having to do what Nemiga were doing for that 15-minute period, right? They needed to cut the waves, and they did it really effectively. I feel like the strategy at that point for Empire was to actually group up and force something to die. I mean, you have the lineup to be able to push. Dragon Knight, you've got a Lone Druid, you've got the Minus Armor coming from the Snapfire, you've got Alacrity. They just sat back. They let Nemiga come back into this game, and look at the win probability. 60-40 now in their favor with this draft that... You showed me this draft before the game started. Honestly, even when it did start, I was like, what the hell is going to happen this game?
Kiritich is giga farm. Look at that. Look at his net worth. Oh,
that's without even being able to steal the free...
They're going to see retrograde
net worth from the Aegis.
Those reactions are blurred, but it's cut them in half. So James is really the main target. It's Melrine and Vajra in conjunction together. He's able to get rid of the clockwork. Not too long in the grave. Empire know that Nemiga are a little bit split, so Retrograde's going to jump the Pugner while he's trying to occupy the outpost.
Something, I guess, but really prevent anything, right? You're not going to have the Elder Dragon form in a little bit. You know there's no Snapfire ulti now as well. So maybe it's just a case of, all right, we'll wait for the Pugner to be back alive. Elder Dragon form will be gone by that period. Use that time to push into mid.
Retrograde.
They've got the gem.
Kiritich is going to move in now with the break. Dragon Knight's going to be cautious. Melrine as well simultaneously is on charge, so the Druid is getting bursted down for the Void Spirit. Melrine's going to commit as well. He's got the stun coming through, thanks to the Dissimulate. Vajra's going to try and get to the middle as well with the Overgrowth, but he won't be able to lock into any more Empire targets. But they do get one at least, and they don't have to commit too heavily for it.
They don't have to commit heavily for it, but again, they've got the Metamorphosis with the longer duration, so might even use this time to be able to push up onto the high ground. Also buyback out of the Snapfire, still back off. I'm struggling to think what they're waiting for, Ares. They've got 10,000 gold in the bank on Kiritich. Maybe the Lotus, but I really feel like the Lotus is really going to turn the tide all that much. I'd hate for them to have come back from such a poor start to this game. They just throw it away by some inactivity, trying to catch the bear.
Easy. Okay, nice Savage roll. This
into the Monkey King bar on the Lone Druid here.
We just got some pretty big items there for Nemiga. So Bad just completed the Wraith Pack. We got Refresher as well on Kiritich. They are setting up the top as your... James going to TP out. He's not going to find Squad as well. So you were mentioning that kind of Empire had to do the same thing that Nemiga did when they were down the Aegis advantage. So Empire did a pretty good job to at least push in the side lanes, but the Eye of the Forest is starting to stack up. So Radiant getting a lot of vision across the map.
Starting to look like a streamer's minimap overlay at this point. Just not giving away any of those ward informations, but I really feel like maybe for Empire, of course, they want to wait out this Aegis, but Retrograde hitting up onto level 25 would be pretty big as well. Just enabling a lot more of that damage to come out from the Invoker, for example, right? If you are able to land that without the BKBs being popped, then suddenly not a lot of that damage potential coming through. BZZ as well could land the Blink into the Scatter Blast, of course, with the Agadim Shard. So there is a lot of wombo combo potential still for Empire. So maybe that's what's causing Nemiga to play a little bit more conservatively. But now that they've waited all this time, they're not going to be able to be around the Aegis.
Melrin's in. Double silence. Empire gonna get pretty blitzed ahead. Get Melrin. Sun for the moment. Thunder God's Wrath is out. They've got all the information they need to take the fight. They're onto James. Hookshot's going to give him a little bit of distance, but Retrograde, he wants to go back into the middle. Trying to jump so bad at the backline. Retrograde protected with the BKB, but he's got no one else. The Dragonite doing it all by himself, but there we go. The Bear finally enters the fight. Curitic once again offering the health from the Sunder. But they get rid of Melrin, and now the rest of Nemiga, they've got to get out. Or do they? Hang on, Retrograde, his kick is split again. Into the middle, they get the damage. Curitic with the break. Chargelo, he wants to enter the fight as well. With the Bear, onto Vajor. It's a pretty good overgrowth. Terraplay's going to look to enter the fight for the North, targeting down the snap fight for the moment, and now turning his attention over towards the Druid. He's got the refresher. No. He pauses.
I'm pretty sure in that recent fight as well, I want to say that the Void Spirit used the cheese and then the TB sundered him, so it actually didn't do anything. He could have potentially had that secondary level of survivability. It also means that going for the... Are they going to turn around like on this? How long you got left on the TP? He just started TPing, so this is a really bad timing coming through for Empire. If you're able to just get good old plus 300 to turn around onto the TB, maybe you get lucky.
Have
vision though?
Do they have a bear? He can summon and he's got bash. Oh no, they do have a bear, sorry.
Bear's right there.
Yeah, I was too far up. So okay, regardless if he tries to
bash.
Well, yeah, you got a bash. He's got attack speed. I think he's gonna get a bash. So regardless if he continues his TP, Kiritich should be cancelled by the bear.
So you're saying he will?
I think regardless, a fight's going to break out. I don't think this TP, whether he deliberately cancels it or the bear cancels it, I don't think it'll get the...
But I mean, like, what can... They're completely out of resources on Nemiga. Like, Zeus has no mana. Tree has nothing. Void Spirit is literally the only contribution.
Play Curative to the bashes. Oh, they got the hookshot instead. That's a guaranteed way to be able to lock him in. Canceling the TP. He won't have an opportunity for the Sunder with the chain control. As now they're hunting for more. They know Melrin brought back. Checking by the outpost, but he's not home. Ooh.
Big win. They didn't use the meta after that, so the refresher was used. It's still going to be ticking away off cooldown, and ends up buying the Demon Zeal as well, just because it's still going to leave him with buyback. 6-slotted TB. Very prospect though, able to a lot of your mana back, because as a Zeus with buyback, super capable of keeping these lanes shoved.
This is without an Alacrity bear. Oh my god. Vajor has to go, fam. Fine, you gotta get rid of the Train Protector. Retrograde entering the fight. They're gonna try and poke and prod. Oh no, you can't lose the tree. You need to keep Vajor alive. Try and get himself some distance. Force stops the capability, but nice use of the live train. Vajor's okay. They're gonna turn for Retrograde instead.
End up losing a melee Brax though, so back and forth this game. Swung back in favor of Empire once again, with the buyback most importantly, I would say, being the contributing factor. By the time you get past that 40-minute mark, buyback starts to become the most valued resource in the entire game. Like my 4-4-4-4 prediction is not going to be on point.
Hate to see it.
There's an Aeon Disc though, completed up by Melrin. So provide him with a little bit of that extra sustain.
You kind of
EMP on the Invoke would be nice.
So you kind of have to go down this route because he bought back. So you need that extra layer of protection.
It's gone Fox too. It's squad as well.
Interesting.
Movement speed, I guess.
That is very important for him on... Is he moving 322 right now? 332, sorry.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
I think he just needs to drop it and pick it back up and it'll be different. Or die. Which he hasn't done in a while.
Squad's look very good. Ah, so bad. Great timing of the Thunder God's Wrath. Jesus, is this?
He's clocked as well. So we have that available. Also got... Let's have a look at what the vision is like for Nemiga at the moment. Looks pretty solid. I mean, do they have any gems at the moment on Empire?
That shit does, but no, Empire don't. I was just going to mention, I think it's important that they pick it up.
I mean, it gets this tree in with the Ags,
Yep.
for sure.
Yep.
Could probably afford, like, the... Maybe not considering you've got a Clockwork who's about to reach level 20. But you never know exactly where the trees are. So,
Surely you go the leash though, right? Because versus the force... Wait, you can't force out. Oh, actually no. Can you? Is it like Slark's counts? Okay, never mind. So the talent's really atrocious.
This game it is, yeah.
I guess Zeus can't jump out. Maybe it works his force as well. No, Ryan. It's not a retrograde. He did buy back prior. You need to keep your Dragonite alive. He hasn't even put BKB just yet. Cookie up, but it's too late now. Curative hits on top of James. Not another pause.
Oh, what can you do? These poor players just constantly playing on these this ping.
Distortion.
Start a step and, well, James, he does have the buyback, but a huge portion of your damage at this stage is coming through from the Dragon Knight. He's going into that build that, talking about Gunner before, this is what he was also doing for Nouns, building up into that Manta style with the Aghanim Scepter to be able to provide that roaming ward, basically, just with the Manta illusion.
So I don't think... Well, BZ has Blink. He should be able to get out. Bottom lane real quick. Squad is a double catapult. Forge queued up and he'll probably alacrity. So they don't have glyph on rating. This will take a lot of damage. The Druid will not be able to connect though without boots of travel. So maybe you
They see it right now. They see 3 creeps pushing into the base on the bottom side. I don't think they're completely aware of this gigantic creep wave. Let's see what Squad's able to do with it.
There we go. James killed off. He's going to buy back and they're going to TP back as well. Squad. You're going to be a bit cautious here, my friend. Pops refresher. Doesn't get the opportunity for the BKB. Squad's going to try and man fight Melry. Hang on a second, brother. Hang on, Pop. That's all he needed.
He just wanted to force maybe 1 or 2 other people back. So now that you don't have the Zeus and the Void Spirit there, you will still have the Thunder God's Wrath in 15 and the Nimbus in 5, but maybe you're a little bit more capable of repelling away this Terrorblade.
She's getting close though. Couple bashes, Sunshine, chucked out as well with the bottom of Kiss, but Curative once again with the Sunder. Looking to heal himself back up. Titanic using Curative is in fighting shape once again.
Back to 2. They're just trying to stall. They want this DK to be part of the defense, but I think they're going to have to give up at least the 1 lane of another DC coming through. You hate to see it.
Yeah, all right, 3 minutes down with the buyback on the Dragon Knight. So yeah, you're just relying on the death timer to come back up. What's a glyph status look? No, they just used it, so no potential for the glyph. There's the one thing about the Invoker. It's unfortunate you won't have refresher for the defense, but you have
He's popped Demon Zeal as well. With a little bit of extra attack coming through. Does have the refresher if they wanted to make use out of the second metamorphosis, but it'd be a big call.
It's a big call to make. Kind of want it for the double BKB. They're gonna try and jump. 4-star further in on the Invoker. Now BKB, keep in mind on squads, he's gonna be really cautious. They're doing a good job to stall it, but in the end it will be a full set. BCZ jumps in the middle. It's going to force out the BKB on Curative. They've done a pretty good job at the moment. Again, poking and prodding. That's the name of the game for Empire.
It's just 1 lane. This is certainly recoverable. 1 lane of Rax is nothing 53 minutes in. essentially got the exact same in the mid lane. So it was important, of course, for Nemiga to be able to cancel this one back out. That's the big objective that we're looking to play around, is the refreshers popped by Kiritich. They smoke, not underneath any kind of wards, I don't believe.
It might have just been on the edge of one of the trees. I'm not certain. Melreen is going to jump in. Instant BKB from Squad. You do have Retrograde alive, so 5-on-5. His positioning for Kiritich is able to sniff him out. One hook shot down to the low ground. BZZ is going to try and retreat, but they've got the Nimbus out, so clock's gone. No buyback.
This is Roche now. They want to be able to take this. They want that additional little bit of farm coming through. This is the Terrablade's Aghanim Scepter, just to be able to provide that bit of extra control.
Shotgun in with the help of Squad. They're going to try and target down the Pugner for the moment, but the initiation isn't perfect. Okay, they still get the kill. He drops a Wraith pack before he dies, and it looks like Nemiga hesitant with sticking around. Kiritich is going to try and find an angle in.
I really feel like the Pugner's far more important than the Clockwork.
They might find Melreen. Lincoln's pop. Retrograde has the Dragon Tail, but do they have the damage required? Aeon is going to be enough to protect him. Now with the rest of Nemiga, they're connected to Void's Root's location, and Empire, they're committed. Retrograde, keep in mind, he doesn't have a buyback still, so the Dragonite's going to be in trouble. There's nothing his man to stop with. The BKB will expire. They'll control him after that duration as Kiritich once again pumping out the damage. Oh no, the Either Forest! The Overcoat got him too! And they're onto Charge over the high ground! There's nothing the bear can do surrounding Charge, so the Druid's gone! He too doesn't have a buyback!
Should have gone for my initial prediction. They don't know that they don't have the buyback. They're going for the safe route. You can't blame them on Nemiga. They were in such a rough spot to be able to bring this one back, claim the Aghanim Scepter onto the Terrorblade. It just gives them essentially almost 100% uptime for that Metamorphosis, plus a whole lot of additional teamfight control that's going to require these BKBs to be used earlier on by Empire to contest anything. So obviously it's important in Dota, but it's just becoming so much more of a factor to be able to get the initiation onto the key targets and have a bit more of that burst potential.
Alright, Kiritich eats the Scepter, gets the Aegis, Shashad in the inventory, and did he say screw the cheese? He said screw the cheese. He did ping it up though.
Well, he has no inventory space, so...
Okay, does Bear have Bear's got Scepter, so they're pushing bot. Squad and Sarshlow combined together. Ooh. What's going on?
The alacrity on the Bear as well.
Okay.
EKB, what can you do to stop it?
They force them all back, but Squad.
Force EKBs as well.
They don't have any Either Forest down bottom. There's no crazy overgrowth plays. Still on cooldown as support.
They die.
Oh, not the Bear.
Plus 300. Gives plus 300.
What'd they get? Is it melee? Look at the range.
Range.
Any items we're going to be paying attention to? Retrograde. He's just a bit poor at the moment. You hate to see it. Sharpslow's going into the refresher. Required late game for a Druid. Really invoke him maybe with the Octarine next item.
Even just the E-Blade, I guess, on the Zeus would be an additional effective tool. You know, combine it together with your Void Spirit as well, just for that your burst potential.
How do they not have a gem? They must be dirt poor, I guess, on the support.
Do it with flair.
There's way too much vision with the Either Forest. You're right. It's a streamer's map. That's what I'm looking at right now. It's really continuing to get like that. Like, oh my god. What's his 25 talent? Oh yeah, the living on it. There's another one.
The Cog's Leash. So it is going to prevent things like the Dissimulate, the Astral Step, the Heavenly Jump. More stuffs though, still.
Mid lane. You're onto Squad. Look at the burst coming through. The double Nimbus. Oh my god.
Bang, bang. That's all you need.
Did just split. Good luck.
He's a big boy.
Reggie force the Imoka buyback. The bear's falling so low to Kiritich. Oh my god.
15 seconds, no bear.
And BCC is going to jump before it. Retrograde's going to do the same. He's out in mana on Kiritich. Keep in mind, he does have the ages.
The one holding on to the cheese at this stage. Popping the cliff here. Sobad's really the one that they want to get on. He's got the A on this. Anyone that goes on to him, well, you really want to micro one of these Forge Spirits just to get a single right click onto the partner. Be able to pop that. There we go. Got the rocket flare on.
Retrograde. Gonna find an angle in. Retreat protector. He's valuable for the team fight. They're all clumped up for the moment. The Mortimer Kiss is getting laid down. Vaja needs an opportunity to try and pop the overgrowth out. Meanwhile, Kiritich once again trying to fight the bear. They'll turn their attention back to the clockwork and set towards the backline as BZZ enters the fight. Melreen's going to be able to do so as well with the AoE silence Empire. They've got to get back inside the base and they will be able to do so. A 1-for-1 in the end. Pogna, Clockwork are both killed off and they don't have buybacks.
Clock Will, 3 seconds away from being able to pick his one up. Look at that. Bottom lane, BD in the river. Aegis only has a minute left, and he doesn't have mana on Kiritich, so still holding onto the bottle for that potential to pop it exactly when he needs it. 20 seconds away from some tier 5 items. Look at TB's net worth, man. Literally 16,000. He's holding on to 15,000.
Kiritich is a big boy. Holy. My second.
He just bought a moonshard and ate it just because he could.
Yeah, I'm don't have food to travel too. You probably could do that as well, my guy. The buyback.
No, he just got it delivered to him.
Oh. When he's what the hell? You start buying some stuff for the boys. Or you give a moonshot over to me. Alright, why not? This is also my second night in a row with a 60-minute game. Yesterday, I didn't get to see any tier 5s.
Didn't it finish in like 60 minutes and 20 seconds or something?
So Die, they're gonna get outside the base. Retrograde's trying to do that, but dude, with all the Eye of the Forest, they will see him eventually.
So this bear might end up going down here. They pop the overgrowth just to try and focus it down. They know that they had to resummon it somewhat recently.
Not the bear. Oh, okay.
Plus 300. Oh.
No way. Shashlo? Okay, Melrain should be able to close the distance. Meanwhile, Kiritich is ready to retrograde.
A big DK. That is the biggest drag I've ever seen.
Wait, let me get a close up real quick. Oh no, DK expired. Monka. These guys look like a
I don't think it gets bigger than that, other than like tiny or an undying, basically. Sometime.
They're in. Once again, the vision. Kiritich.
TV as well.
Oh, look at him go, dude. The rainbows of Kiritich. What more did he need in the arsenal? This Terrorblade. Oh my god. What is it? And the bear, no, they just resummoned. They just resummoned. So James is going to try and make the miracle happen, but they set up for a triple silence as Melreen enters the fight. They're going to chase down Retrograde. DK's got a buyback, but this has got the Elder Dragon form, I suppose.
They still haven't used the meta. This is still just holding on to the previous one. They just used the refresher orb. They've got another demon seal. And this should be it. This should be Mega's minimum claimed, and they're still in such a commanding spot.
Melreen just looking to make space. Take some time, allow Kiritich to be able to beat onto the numbers, James. He wants to make that not a possibility with a jump in, the hook shot control, but it will not matter. Kiritich, he's too farmed. The raid boss in the Terrorblade is doing it all. Oh, Kiritich, what a performance. 17, 2, and 6 is Nemiga. Couple of kills away from taking game 1.
A little bit more conscious about the fact that there are a lot of buybacks expended. They're going to have a lot of tools back in their arsenal, but this is it. This is the raid boss. This is the Colossus.
Squad has to have a miracle hold on the Evoker. We've seen it before. Combo drop, trying to bring down Vaja. Might be enough damage, it's so bad again. The line trip, and they get him. They get the kill, but it will not matter. Look at the throw, it is Kiritich. Objective base gaming. Goes Kiritich on the table.
Standing in the base.
Standing inside the throw for good measure. Nemiga Nemiga! Oh my lord, what a game one, what a way back in!
Oh, you love to see it. You know, this is
It's Radiant's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to ban. Dire's turn to ban.
Well, game one was a hell of a way to kick start our. We'll see how the second game is able to shape up. Nemiga against Team Empire. Nemiga again on the Radiant side, and again into the
It's the
game.
exact same draft. It's the exact same draft.
That's-
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
I believe that this is the route they're going to go down. Of course, I'm sure they're going to be hoping that the laning stage goes a little center.
Oh no.
Let's go. It's something different again. All right, I'm here for it. I think I heard, I think it was Tsunami saying earlier today that he feels like in the history of Dota 2, Huskar is the only hero that's had, like, never had his moment of being, like, meta, basically. Like, even Punch now is, like, solidly meta. People are picking him up pretty consistently because the flash heap isn't strong.
Hang on, but like a week
strong,
and a
man.
bit. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying give it a bit. He's not in the meta yet. I've seen it like occasionally. I've seen a couple people run him.
The I3 playoffs, then, he was in the meta with Na'Vi abusing the Chen send back bug.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you meant I was speaking about now. Sure, Pudge has been in the meta. Sure.
At literally any point in Dota, I feel like Huskar has never had a period where it's like you actively want to pick it as opposed to like a gotcha pick.
For me, I always like looking at those that haven't been in the meta since I've started casting. I know
It's
Pudge
Radiant's
hadn't.
ban now.
Of
It's
course, he's
Radiant's
been in the
ban.
meta for quite some time now, but I kind of like always intrigued to see these new heroes that are able to come in and out. I think Chaos Knight hasn't as well. It has been hit or miss, but finally is better. And honestly, quite surprised we're not seeing as much Chaos Knight so far through Southeast Asia, through Eastern Europe. I've been seeing
Particularly Eastern Europe, because they're the Chaos Knight
5
lovers.
seconds left.
well. We have a Huskar first phase from Nemiga. I'm pretty sure Kiritich really likes this hero. I'm not 100% certain though. I have there's a memory there that I feel like he does really like it. Regardless, it's a pretty cool pairing. You got the Tree Protector. You're always looking to have a Huskar with like a nice defensive support in a way. It's a tree we saw it played as a 3 in the last game, but it just at least the living armor is something that you want, because we've seen like Huskar Dazzle, Huskar Oracle really was the best two.
They're just banning out a lot of the breaks now, as well as the AA, of course. I feel like Bane's a pretty decent response into it's something that BZZ certainly knows how to play, even though he played the Snapfire in the previous game and did a pretty decent job with it. But yeah, you just you enfeeble onto the Huskar, very nice. You're able to obviously Fiend's Grip him, and he's not going to have that inner fire potential. I really wouldn't hate to see it. So it just means that if you are able to catch out the Tree Protector with the Nightmare, the rest of the team can look to connect through to you. My only concern is that I was about to say that would reveal that this Tiny or Snapfire is in a core role. This probably does the same though, unless it's crazy mid-Abaddon into a Huskar, or an offlane one into the Huskar, just to be able to Aphotic shield off the spears.
10 seconds.
Does give you a very nice answer to the Tree Protector.
5 seconds
Now
left.
also
Aphotic the spears, my bad.
Alright, what do we go for now on Nemiga? There's for Team Empire, they're looking to play off the back of this burst on the Tiny Fire. So are you considering going to another saving hero, maybe someone else that's pretty tanky, which could make it difficult if Empire just chuck all their spells up, maybe blow one hero up but not the other one, then all of a sudden they could be okay in the fights?
I just want anything with silence, right? Like, honestly, it's a bad hero, but silencer isn't at this game. Just because you're going to be up against this... Bro, you're up against the Snapfire with Mortimer's Kisses, and you're up against Abaddon. Like, you just use Global Silence as soon as the Kisses start to rain down, and then the site's pretty good for you. Viper's not bad either, right? You get caught inside the Winter's Curse, and then Abaddon can't really do anything, right? He's not going to be able to pop the borrowed time to be able to break it. So, yeah, I don't hate this either. It also predicts that if the Tiny is core, then, I mean, 3 strength heroes, right? Arctic Burn's going to have a really good amount of value.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
So we're looking at a more than likely Jug Wyvern lane with a Huskar
5
mid.
seconds remaining.
Not a bad lane by any stretch. Like, Wyvern weakish laner, but Juggernaut certainly makes up for that. Double slows, of course, no stuns to be able to take advantage.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Radiant
Lena. Lena.
Okay, well, that's one of the heroes that certainly can lane pretty well into the Huskar. Sure. Just being able to stay at range. Just a nice way to be able to contest into the Juggernaut when he's going for this spin style. Might even be able to go into the Skadi eventually on the Lena. I know typically it's not the avenue that you go down, but going up against a Huskar and a Juggernaut, just to be able to provide that slow through the BKB, plus the healing reduction is going to be quite nice.
I'm a gigantic fan of this Lena pick. It really pulls me back into a position where I'm happy with Empire's drafts. There are still some concerns on how they can start fights, especially if the Tiny's far behind. Like if this is... What are we actually looking at? Hang on. Is this going to be a one time?
One tiny. Yeah.
13 back.
Okay, you gotta... How do you like that matchup into the Jug?
I
It's
think
Radiant
it's pretty
now.
tiny favored. My concern is that the lane's not amazing, and you might be able to Underlord, for example, into it, just to be able to, again, strength heroes, just provide a little bit more control for your Huskar. You're not going to be dying in laning stage. Even just the
10 seconds.
Fiend's Gate to be able to reposition for, like, imagine you win a team fight and then immediately Fiend's Gate to take Roche, something that Huskar absolutely loves to be able to have.
So for Nemiga, we are looking for their offlane hero for Vajja. I mean, there is the potential for the flex. They're banned at the Mars though, so I feel like they're lacking a way to start fights. I think that's my big concern on Nemiga. Maybe just fights can start by them taking objectives with the Huskar having like ages and running down buildings, but I feel like if you do fall behind, which is definitely potential, like Wyvern can't do anything. If this is a Wyvern Treant support duo, your playmaking potential is very rough. So if you lose your lanes, the angle back to the game is off that first rush. If you don't get that,
Dyer's
game's
turn
over.
to ban.
So sure, for Nemiga has to be someone who can start fights.
I'm gonna pudge. I honestly wouldn't hate a pudge Team Empire here in the offlane. You know, you mentioned that the ability to start fights and pickoffs, Pudge provides that, you know, either through the hook or the blink dismember. If you've got the flesh heap up against the Jug spin, it actually deals almost 0 damage because it's constantly blocking up for basically the entire duration of the Jug spin. I think it'd be pretty decent, to be honest. So that pure movement against the Huskar can be quite nice.
Jesus Christ, the Centaur, what is this hero? Personally, I love Centaur. I think the hero is not very good. But if anyone likes to pick these interesting position threes, it is Eastern Europe. We saw like 201, they were playing a lot of Axe. Centaur was even picked occasionally.
5 seconds
Well.
left.
5 remaining.
Huck's gone as well. One of the bigger counters to the Centaur, of course. I think the big reason behind it was to be able to go up against the Lena. You always want to just take fights on your turn. I feel like if a Lena's able to just stand there and right-click, especially if eventually, again, she gets up into that Skadi, nice and easy for you. But Centaur really prevents that from happening a lot of the time, although it's not like they're lacking in stuns. Plenty on 4 of the heroes on Team Empire's side.
I really like the Centaur pick, actually. Looking it up more, I think
Centaur or Slaughter?
Centaur. I like the Slaughter as well. I think it's... Okay, we'll start with Centaur. I think what they were needing is now James and Lena are wanting to be sitting behind their Slaughter jump, their Tiny being in the middle, and BZ offering like a shield to protect them so they can reposition. So the Centaur is going to give them an opportunity just to stampede and jump the backline and run at these heroes, cancel the ultimate kisses, make sure squad just can't right click freely. And I was mentioning that they needed a way to just initiate, and I think the Centaur provides that.
I kind of have a different idea. I think it's a counter initiation still. I mean, you've got a Huskar that wants to be starting a lot of these fights. Like, sure, you can't just walk in, but I feel like they're going to be in a position to be able to just stand there and hit towers and force you to come onto them, right?
Okay.
Because you've got the Juggernaut who can just stand hitting a tower with Healing Ward. You've got the Spin for even sieging high ground. You've got a Huskar with a Treant and a Wyvern standing behind you. This is a Treant that's probably going to be going into the Overgrowth, Blink Overgrowth, rather. Not going to be amazing against the Abaddon, right? You can just borrow time and then Aphotic Shield someone else. That's going to be a pretty high priority, but still, it's great counter initiation that you've got right now on Nemiga's side.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that if you lose your lanes, Central has the capability to go an early blink. You kind of want like a Vanguard or maybe like a Hood first, but you can go down that route where you have a plan of some way and get in and get pickoffs if you are behind. But that's a really good call about the counter initiation, because that's definitely the game plan from Nemiga. You get Aegis, you're sieging objectives, and Empire can just poke them from afar, like jump in from Slaughter, Crush, you got Lena's Burst, maybe you chuck in Mortimer Kisses, and Nemiga that can't counter shit, but now you've got taught to do that.
Yeah, really going full minus armor here. Really wanted to dominate this bottom lane. It's pretty rare that you see the first item medallion being queued up. It's exactly what James has got here, obviously paired together with Shachlo. Expect to see an early-ish point in the little shredder, something that we haven't seen for like at least 3 months now. Might put the boots of speed. I think that's probably a little bit more balanced for sure. But still, Lightstone plus Little Shredder certainly can enable Shachlo quite heavily.
I'm quite surprised.
30 seconds to
There we go, never mind. I was going to say, usually the team with the Tree Protector goes to the lane that they're playing in and kind of protect their trees in a way, because you know there's going to be some enemy heroes there. So Retrograde and even BZZ has gone through Calling Blade, so it's started to cut down some of the trees. Hasn't gotten all of them, but it's kind of surprised Nemiga didn't go play around to maybe get a kill. We haven't also seen the Slaughter. Maybe get some bash chop just a flush for this skirmish that might break out for the bounties. Is he? Okay, well, Chacho's gonna slither on up and gets a rune. So we got a in the favor of Empire.
What? I really don't see so bad being able to make this trade happen against a Snapfire. He's got the armor reduction there. He's got the attack range advantage. He's got the right-click advantage. You don't want to be trying to roll into James. Player and Arc. That's the way for so bad.
So you brought up in the draft that you feel like the Lina is one of the few heroes that is able to match up versus the Huskar in the lane. Do you feel like there's anything Marine could do to kind of change how the matchup would look on paper? Or is it, you feel like nothing really, it's just going to be a farm fest?
Doing exactly what he just did, honestly. Using the Inner Fire to get the disarm off right prior to the range being siegeable means he was able to get that deny off, and really it's just looking to limit Lina's influence earlier on. I think if you're coming out of this lane even on the Huskar, you're very satisfied.
The top lane we see Hellscream, he's trying to pull away behind the tower, so looking to deny a full wave of experience. Looks like, do you feel like this is a lane where they need to be playing with the back of pulls and they can't kind of combat the Abaddon and Tiny lane?
I mean, I think absolutely can, but I think it's just a case of, look, if you can make a Tiny not get a full wave of experience, then just do it.
This is important, at least, though, from BZZ. Just trying to fully back John. I mean, in the case of Avernus, it is going to force the drag that comes under the tower. He won't be able to... I don't think any of his second wave is going to lose him, really. Okay, really nice from BZZ.
I feel like all three of Nemiga's fours can just stand in front of a tower, right? We've seen how strong the Retaliate is of just being able to siege down towers on its own. I was telling you before about the Juggernaut, and then Huskar, I mean, he's just getting damn quick. The thing is, though, they do have a good amount of burst on Empire. The Blink Dagger on the Slaughter, plus the minus armor, plus the amplified damage, plus the Tiny. Eventually does opt to go into the Blink, but it's going to be a third, fourth item. So if he even does end up going down that route.
Now we haven't really spoken too much about Charge on this slaughter. What do you feel like was the reason Empire went down this route, and do you feel like he's gonna have a good game in general?
I feel like he have a fine enough game. I mean, one of the big ways to be able to counter out this Slada is just right click. I mean, he's pretty similar to Viper in that way, right? Of course, he's got the inner fire to be able to counter that out, but until he picks up the Aghanim Shard, which is going to be dependent around road timings, which, of course, Team Empire, Nemiga are going to be wanting to claim early on. It's just a bit more difficult to be able to contest into that if you've got all of this burst damage coming through onto the husk.
I feel like you spoke a lot about the Blade scaling potential in game one, and I feel like looking at this game, I think Lena will win them the game, even the tiny. I'm more looking at Lena just because she can siege freely on the back, and if they get ultra late game, then she might be able to blow up heroes with curse. Oh, sorry, with the boats. Oh my lord, with the minus armor for corrosive haze. So that because this was a style that a lot of teams were putting emphasis on a while back when Slaughter was kind of actually viable, where you would just look at like a carry-to-carry matchup and you'd say, okay, cool, you have minus 20 armor in the late game and it could be undispellable, and my carry is just gonna, he's gonna win that matchup. It does not matter what items you have, really, even a poor matchup. If you've got 20 armor, you're in for a bad time.
Not even just that as well, right? Lena is just this artillery, basically, that's able to just lay damage into. And it means can't afford to go that Sunday that I was talking about on the Lena, not really a higher priority. Oops.
The gods were right to place their trust in me.
Board as well, so now they know exactly when Huskard looks to try and rotate back. I see you circling. Is that you circling the
yes,
double woods there, or is it someone else? It's fine. It was about to wear off anyway.
Who's highlighting towards
the power rip as well.
I'm gonna see that. This is the top. Both teams have the duo supports rotating. And it's going to give the Envy's top row, so unfortunately not able to refill and the pull for Lena.
She's not being contested though. Her farm is going to be fine, Huskar's farm is going to be fine. You would have to say that Huskar's the one that's happier about it, so...
You reckon?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I think the way how I'm looking is just to hold that thought advantage. Just seem to be easy. You have a TP, so it could be locked here, but Retrograde's kind of had an obligation to go get these creeps under the tower. So easy saying, hang on a second, you left me? Oh, brother, they're trying to brawl.
So what are you thinking about the Lena Huskar thing that we were...
I think the main thing is that Huskar's like kind of a lane dominated depending on the matchup, and the fact that you just have a Lena doing well and actually coming on top, rotating from squad, looking to cut down Vaj's life, so beautifully done. Early rotations for both the ones. We saw the Huskar moving to the Abaddon. Lena's going to do a similar thing back to bottom before though. Curious which for 3 points. The Blade Fury cuts to the back of James. Also, I don't think potential to turn this around, especially with the Cold Embrace level from so bad.
Lena's more of a lane dominator in my eyes than the Huskar though, right? And I feel like that's exactly what she would have done if the Huskar stayed in the lane. So he's been able to rotate back to this jungle. They dewarded the Observer that was out his his time within the triangle. He's level 8 compared to the Lina, who's exactly the same amount of farm as him. So I think Valkyrie is perfectly how things are going so far.
And you see for Melrin as well, the Huskers a hero that, like, you really want to let BKB. So firstly, I'm just intrigued to see how the BKB change is going to affect the Husker. They've got some decent bursts. It's a tiny one, so it's like this blink Avatar's combo. You can still opt for like the Laguna Blade to cut him down. I don't think
Spoon is gonna roche. I mean, he's got armlet and he's got a treant to be able to put a couple of points of living armor on with double damage. I'm thinking maybe he might opt to go for it, but it's like he's content to just accelerate his farm with the DD for now.
Hell Scream as well. Stream Protector inside the jungle, trying to get a little bit of golden experience going away with the support.
Radiant's middle tower is not
Going a
feeling
pos
the
for
love.
phase boots as well on his search protector. I was thinking offlane kind of makes sense, you know, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
no,
Now they got a crazy route on the Stream Protector, it looks like.
Radiant's top rubble.
I mean, Eastern Europe, even way back in the day, were the ones that were innovating the Treant Protector. Or Gorblack back in the day was the one that first started spamming out the living armor and having a huge amount of success with it.
Green. Top on retrograde. Oh, Titan here. He's got no one getting behind him. They're gonna try and TP in the avalanches. Oh, they're waiting for the moment, but can close distance with ease, and they might turn to BZZ next. Really not position for the scrape, but still squad. Zen drops the combo, but Malrin still wants to take the engagement and know that squad used all his abilities. So it should be an easy kill for the Husker, and now they're going to chase down BZZ in the tree line. They know he committed in. Sparta even wants to join the party. All right, we've got 2-on-2, back ready to rock and roll. Oh, he gets one, turns to the second shot. Now with the level 6, gonna get the last right click. He does. Gets it before he dies in retrograde. Toss as well, gets the tree, the dead. So should be able to chase down, still lacking the boots for the poor Centaur. It's going to be relying on some incredible... Oh, no. Oh. Where's he go? Okay, Richard gets him.
Is he a little slow on that toss there? I thought he didn't get the full actual combination through. Might have been enabling him to escape, but still, it's exactly what we want out of this first Huskar rotation, right? Multiple kills, accelerating your farm even further. He's nearly been able to pick up a Sanj as a result of that, so... just back to the goal. Going to be able to have that Roshan potential very shortly. Again, I just want to highlight the importance of Huskar getting that second Roshan as quickly as possible. Aghanim Shard, an amazing item for him, considering Empire's potential for burst.
To my house.
And I think there's a they need to have a different outlook on as well with his late game potential. He does a shitload of damage late game. Like you're 25 with burn spears, pure damage.
Bot lane?
Your Sept is real strong as a bot lane. Not sure. Omni Flash might be required, although they do have the Stampede to close the distance. They have the lane ward as well. So we're gonna see squad funneling in the rest of Empire, but the Monument Kisses will do nothing.
Until you get to that point with the shard that I was talking about on the Huskar, you've even got like the Wyvern, right, to be able to be that healing potential with the Cold Embrace. They've got a good amount of chain stuns coming through as they get another kill on this top side onto the Centaur, but since they lose the top tower, it's denied, but I feel like you're just wanting a little bit more map control and preventing you from playing on the top side of the map if you're Nemiga.
Dyer's bottom
Sanj now
tower is
completed.
under attack.
It's a interesting read from Josh Lee going down the Blink Dagger route. I see Faithcom really likes this Midas build on the slider. I know, honestly, I've seen a couple other people opt for the Midas as well. I think he's one of the few heroes where Midas is still viable because he gets so much out of attack speed and experience is...
Doesn't farm.
Yep, doesn't farm. I think also experience is just the gigantic thing about this hero. Like late game, if you get that bonus Cursed Haze armor and also just the undispellable, that's huge. Or 25, like this is a hero that has some very, very good talents if you could get there.
I think it's just realizing probably that he's got a Lina that, you know, again, the Lina's opponent has had a good lane in the Huskar, but so has Lina, right? So it's just about trying to enable that. Any kind of rotations that look to come through, it's going to be just Slada and Snapfire moving around, hopefully around where creep waves are pushed in a little bit, and you've got the Boots of Travel available on the Lina to be able to convert a lot of these pickoffs into kills.
Yeah, I'm just stating how some other item builds that I've seen other people go for. It's just interesting to see the read from other people, and of course in different games there's a different lineup that...
There's that roam.
There's the blink reveal, there's the jump onto the Winter Wyvern, so easy kill, squad's able to claim it thanks to the Dragon Slave, and almost Shadow Blade completed for squad, so he is going to be able to get very active shortly.
Yep, very active. Early Silver Edge, of course, going to be amazing against the Husker. Still haven't been able to take that Roshan. I mean, both sides are honestly in a spot where they want to be able to try and take it, and you look at that, going into the Midas next as well on Shachflow. So just wanting to enable his Lina for now, be able to get a pick off, use that to snowball into Roshan, and then beyond that, of course, to scale into the later stages of the game. Even just a casual Gloves of Haste has such value on a Slada.
And you even see Retrograde, he's also going this build that we started to see the Tinies go pretty often, this Moonshard route. Retrograde is going to be hitting pretty goddamn fast. It was a build that we saw China was the first region to really introduce it.
Who's going to make the first move to Roshan? That's what I want to know. I mean, you've still got Malrine farming away, and I'm not sure if he can afford to do so much, right? Like, I think you need that second life, and you need to make sure that you're securing it against a Slada lineup as quickly as possible. And he's going into the BKB next, I suppose, on squad, but that Silver Edge is going to become a factor soon, and you just need to make sure that you're securing farm, taking objectives, and pushing away the Lina from being able to get those easy free pickoffs onto you and getting more relative net worth compared to you.
I wonder if he just feels like if we attempt Roche now, then... And if we lose Roche and Empire take it, then all of a sudden this Husker has lost a very big spike in his timing. So maybe it feels like the EKB is really what is required for them to enter the pit.
I guess, but it's not like they're even completely immune to damage through BKB. You've got a Slada, you've got the Bash, you've got the Corrosive Haze, which pierces it. So as long as you could get a few right clicks and, you know, the Inner Fire, it's a great spell against a lot of this physical damage in the Tiny and the Slada, but it's not going to have the radius to be able to reach the Lina. So as long as you get that Corrosive Haze and, you know, an initial stun in onto the Husker, he probably dies. So I feel like any chance that you can get just to get that clock ticking towards the second Roshan is really important.
And maybe now with this leader on Badger, they might have that opportunity. If you get a pick off on an important hero that is around the pit, it could definitely open up Roche. I love what both sides are kind of doing though. It's a back and forth from BCZ and then so bad where it's been a sentry battle in front of the pit, and also BCZ is constantly running in just to scout out if the Husker's there.
Full rotation coming through to this bot side. Sobad wasn't actually connected through onto it, so he's going to reveal himself in the lane. I like the fact that he's going through. There we go. They Snapfire.
Should be able to break him down. Blink from Hill as well from Vajra, so a quick and easy kill to the Snapfire. They're making a roll for it, actually. Cookie to reposition, Stampede, and the toss away, so the Maker actually able to reset. See what they do with this pick off now, though. Stefan.
The fact that Stampede was used is a pretty big deal, right? Like, now the Lina is feeling much more confident in being able to take these team fights. Of course, Snapfire's still dead for the next 15 or so. Tried to jump into the base, but I think hugging it, he should still be able to avoid detection as he walks inside that roach pit on Malrine.
And this is really cool for how they're playing on Nemiga. They're pummeling into the tier 1 mid. Now they're going to walk to the pit, so this will be obvious with everyone else showing. And Dire nearby. This is scary. Tiny's got a blink as well. Kind of changed his item build when Egg Shard, one Hyper Zone into the blink.
This is it. Like, you've got the potential to burst through this Husker. He hasn't chosen to go Roshan, and he still hasn't finished up that BKB for himself. So he's kind of like between a rock and a hard place at this stage. Looking to try and get some tier 2 items maybe on both lineups, and then that to progress into the Roche fight.
Be in trouble. Badger a little bit too slow with the centaur. Definitely one of his big issues as well is the immobility ability that the hero has. So I believe he just queued up a phase boots as well. So we'll see that kind of help out. But I really feel like Empire in an incredible position. I know you're mentioning a lot about Husker wanting to take over these Aegis to have the second Roche as an opportunity. But again, this lineup's going to scale really well with the heroes they have in the starter. Just this minus armor, you've got Tiny and Lino who they're going to do a lot of damage.
Look at this.
They're stealing it.
Let's scroll the Roche. There we go.
Yeah, they got 1 point in the curse. That's all they need. And with the minus armor, that's also level 2. The corrosive haze. Uh-oh, this is not good for Radiant.
Although, they're starting to maybe move towards it, but never mind. I think they won't be able to scout this one out. They had the scan available, but this is a big loss early on.
Beautifully done. That is a very big play from Empire. They haven't taken.
So now you're not concerned. This is a farming Aegis. You just want to extend your lead. You've got the better lineup to be able to do so. You've got the Slardar, who's freshly picked up the Midas as well, so he's going to be able to accelerate his own experience more than the net worth. You're very satisfied.
So you reckon do you even consider about taking a T1 tower, or still just happy to farm? Because he's going to be forced to pop the borrow time. Shashlo is standing hand in hand. You'd love to be able to pop the Midas. There we go. He's going to be able to do so.
I was thinking if Tiny had still just holding on to the one Hyperstone. I think if he has Moonshard, I would be very, very confident in being able to start taking some towers on Empire's side, just because you've got the drums, you've got the Lina. If you get pick off into it, you've got the Curse of Avernus to speed things up even further.
They're playing Bajal. Might be able to get the toss back. Oh, it's awkward. The creeps just coming through the Centaur's location. So Mortimer Kisses is now on cooldown. And let's see what Radiant want to do with this information.
They do anything. Got a double stack built up here in the triangle. That should give him his 2,000 gold if he decides to go down that Moonshard route. Stack off. Chooses to as well. Lina, of course, very close to picking up the BKB for herself too. So, unlike Nemiga, who I feel like
very nicely done. Is it the ultimate two? Okay, another Centaur. Got it. Oh, what a curse! Keeping Vaja healthy. Retrogate's gonna blink behind him with the AoE damage. He's able to get both kills in the back line, but Retrograde still might be in trouble. The solo use of the Aura Slash along with Melrin's damage. Squad's gonna attempt to turn this one back around with the Dragon Slayer with the right clicks, but Melrin, look at the armlet toggles. Huskar will be able to walk away.
I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, he skilled up the borrowed time mid-stun and maybe was expecting it to proc, but I guess it didn't. Not being able to manually use that one there.
Hellscream down bottom, forced to pop the overgrowth. He's actually going to get out. I don't know if I'm just imagining things. I thought I saw BZZ use the ultimate before. So, regardless.
No, I saw him skill it up.
Okay. For some reason it didn't pop. Regardless, that really confused me for a second. I'm like, what is going on? Just waiting for this borrowed time. BZZ pops up. In the end, Empire, they do lose Retrograde, but get a couple kills in revenge.
Huskar's the big winner of that fight, though. So he got the one time. Because now you've got this siege creep available. You're wanting to use that to be able to assist with forward. Looks like they will be able to finally get their first tower here on Empire. Maybe not. Kind of fading out, saying, well, it could come at any time. It ends up going into that Moonshot on Retrograde. So that's the thing. Like, he was getting a little bit greedy, wanting to go just the one Hyperstone, building it into the BKB, but for me, it does feel like he needed this extra damage, and maybe that team fight would have turned out differently if he had it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Order for them to be able to get rid of as well for Empire. It's just going to be able to open up bot and give them this opportunity to wrap through the bottom jungle and kind of enter behind the T1 tower. They are posturing like they want to get a kill or potentially siege this one down. They still have 1:10 left on the Aegis.
So be able to see the regen red on the top side as well, so that one up he absolutely can. This is the benefit of the Tree Protector with the maxed out living armor, though. You can always have two available at the same time.
So bad. Link, Vajal, he's on the Lina though. Abaddon's going to be nearby to be able to protect it for the moment, but Aegis claims, how can they set themselves up for round 2?
Oh, I don't like that. There's nothing untoward happening there, but, well, we've got a Lina who hasn't used her BKB, but the important thing is she doesn't have the Shadow Blade available, and Wyvern still has Curse. That's the big thing, right? So as long as you're able to catch her out after the BKB's been procced, then you're just going to waste a huge portion of that first timing, and even potentially catch out Retrograde as he tries to go in and assist. So, and it's so bad to try and influence the outcome of this team fight.
Let's see. Do they have...
Try and lay out the kisses, though, from afar. That's exactly what James is going to be wanting to do.
Okay, so Shashler and both Retrograde have Blink ready. They do not see the Wyvern. Heritage's Blade Fury's up in 2, and they also have probably about 3 seconds left on BKB on Melrine. So...
They know Wyvern's to the left. I mean, she
okay.
revealed previously with that Blink trying to get the curse and the regen rune. There's a lot of potential options this game. I mean, you could even have a Blink being used by the Snapfire into the Scatterblast because it's got the Aghanim Shard as well. So really depends on the start of these team fights. I would have to say it's got to be the Mortimer's Kisses to be able.
You got to get the Wyvern. It's going to be big on so bad, like you mentioned. Eyes on the curse. Eyes on round 2 and how Empire are able to set themselves up. There we go. Mortimer Kisses, but it will not matter. Lena's just crumbling to the solo use of the Omnis Dash from Kiritich. And now Sharsho's in trouble as well with the river as Empire. They've got no answers for the respawn of the Ages. And Kiritich will chain this into another kill on BZZ. So Nemiga lose no one. What a fight by the river.
Not even needing the Winter's Curse, just Omni Slash straight into that Lina. Was talking about that Shadow Blade cooldown. Going into the Silver Edge after this. Give you an extra 5 or 6 seconds of relative uptime. Cooldown reduction might have been the difference maker there. He had that instead of the BKB.
Not really been speaking about the mana game 1. On the Juggernaut, it's been a lot about kind of the Huskar and what Empire can do maybe is the late game, but Kiritich his finding his farm 5-0 into a flawless second game, and we just saw how much damage he could really pumping out in that team fight. Incredible Omni Slash, and he's got 1400 gold in the bank as well, already Ag Shard too, so yeah, Kiritich is very farmed.
Am I crazy? Like, it feels to me like honestly, the carries on both sides have a much higher level than I would expect at this point of the game a lot of the time. 19 and 20, both sides.
Tower looks to be disintegrating.
On Josh, though, they might need to curse to allow Kiritich to close the distance, but it's not going to be the case. So the starter can slip on away bottom lane. Retrograde and squad combined together. They do ping out the ward on the high ground, so they are aware.
Time to hide in plain sight.
So you would have to say next Roche, that's the key difference maker, right? If you're able to secure that one. It was unfortunate that Nemiga didn't get the first, but second Roche, again, that's what you're playing for.
BZZ, run. Run, BZZ.
Anything coming up?
Oh, no. The old.
I hope he locks the drums. You're just wasting a bunch of the charges otherwise. Nah, 4 drum charges, just not used at all, or the food's bearing. Of course, it is very important against stuns of them. I think they've got 4 slows on Nemiga's side, or like movement impairments that are speed. It's got 6. Splinter Blast, Arctic Bird, Leech Seed, Nature's Grasp, Stampede, and Inner Fire as well.
Jump in.
Big deal.
One of the T2 tower up top. Kiritich wants the catapult instead.
Have the borrowed time if they were to actually commit there, but no Blade Fury means that they're not able to pick it up, and well, just hitting up onto level 20 now is Kiritich. Before having that Aghanim Shard means that he's going to have
The guy is just... he's trying to stay in his lane for such a long time. It does look like that indeed. And James is going to reveal his position. What? No way!
They got away?
It's under attack.
Okay, James shouldn't.
About to be Radiant's
No way! No, he might!
Oh, James.
I would. Oh, this. If they both live, would have been so astonished. They lost the T2
That
tower
would
as
have been
well.
nutty. I wonder if he's going into his settings and turning off auto attack now or something.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, 1,000 net worth lead back for Nemiga. That tier 2 tower being claimed now really helps out for setting themselves up for this next Roshan, which will spawn in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, have you got EKB on the Huskar? He does. It's at 7 seconds. It's 600 gold away from that Hyperstone. I'm just having a look at squad again. He's reached up to level 20. He's got the Fiery Assault per stack, which is nice. So you're going to be right-clicking even faster, taking advantage, of course, of the Slardar with the Corrosive Haze coming through. But he's going into the Lincoln Sphere. I can understand wanting to avoid the Life Break on top of you, the Omni Slash, the Winter's Curse. But for me, I think you really need that Silver Edge. No one is going to be able to deal with the Huskar in my eyes until you pick that up.
Looks like Retrograde has one queued up, so maybe they are
Wild.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be quite some time for Retrograde to find it, and you've got an Assault Cuirass. This is really starting to get to a stage where Nemiga have a pretty big timing here with this Assault Cuirass. Just the bonus armor that they're able to find. You're still lacking BKB on Chargelo, so a little bit more difficult for him to be able to enter the fights, and they have incredible wards from Radiant around the mid lane, so this is setting themselves up perfectly for Roche. Retrograde, great timing on the Avalanche. They're going to Stampede on forward. He's got the BKB to stand his ground, but they need the Abaddon to provide the sustain. He's going to try and TP up. He's on this edge.
Oh, the creep.
Oh, they got... Oh, my lord. I was for a second, I'm like, hang on. Tiny got lucky, then Junk got lucky, bounced back to the Tiny, and now with the carry gone, they might try and take a T2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Going into that Skadi, of course, just a lot of these orb effects, yeah, I guess you can call those, that are just going to be triggering when you're using the Aghanim Shard with that random attack nearby.
Oh, you guys gotta get out. Oh my lord.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Want assistance to be able to take out that Roshan if they're able to take a tier 1 tower. I mean, 28.5 minutes into the game to not have claimed that with a Lina and a Tiny. Pretty big deal. Straight into Roche. I was thinking back when Melrim was up on the top side, farming up a few of those tier 3 neutral items with the spider legs, he would have been able to just sneak on into the Roche pit, but even better with them being able to claim up that Tiny kill. Now, this is that all-important Aghanim Shard.
He's crazy. I'm actually convinced. He's a nutty Abaddon player.
Anyone that's playing Dota when they're 30 is just crazy.
Okay. What are you trying to say about Boomer's Vajra? So just the Abaddon. Cautious about Melvin showing up. Go to the life of BZZ as the cores are able to survive.
Boomers are very important to the Dota economy, you know.
Yeah, right,
How do you think we get 40 million TI prize pools? Do you think it's Zoomers with no disposable income?
They're going to try and blow up Melrin bottom. Well, we'll find out. Hellscream's going to be behind. Great position for the support. Melrin's going to try and pounce onto the Lina, but on the cover of the Shadow Blade should be okay, but Chargelo will not have the same fate. Oh, looking good.
Right on in the trees. Yeah. I'm struggling to see how they kill this Huskar once, let alone twice. Need that Silver Edge. Quite a whiles away, considering you went for the Lincoln Sphere on the Lina. He's going to be able to shove this wave out and stall things out a little bit, but
Dire's bottom tower.
feels like you're just delaying the inevitable right now.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is not looking good for Empire. Honestly, I'm just trying to think of what Melrin wants to go 25. If he goes for the life break % damage against a Tiny, like this is a Tiny one, keep in mind, this here, it gets destroyed by % damage, he'll lose half his health.
You also got a Wyvern as well for that percentage damage aspect too. I think Sobad's been obviously having to play a little bit more defensively, but He's got the blink dagger, so he can afford to kind of have a bit both ways.
Josh's got to be so cautious. He steps a little bit too far because they're ready to jump. Targeting on the side for the moment. They'll get the kill quick and easy. Nemiga. No hesitation on the initiation, but maybe they can turn it back around or so.
What a curse.
Oh no. The curse disrupting the counter initiation. Now Retrograde's in trouble as the only Stretch rips him apart one cut at a time, and towards the backline they go. And Squad will be able to retreat. A buyback forced out, multiple buybacks forced out, in fact. And while Melreen, he doesn't know how to back off. He wants action. He wants blood.
He wants Rax is what he wants, and he's going to get him. With the Burning Spear's pure damage he chose for the level 25 talent. He's also got the completed Aghanim Scepter coming out to him on the courier now. So what can you do to be able to contest against this as Nemiga just throw out the voice lines, tell him Retrograde he has been absolutely stomped.
What in the blazes?
Oh, love me some... I don't call... I'm gonna say that. Love me some...
DM?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Letting
them know what's going on. They're aware. They're what's going on. We got 14,000 net worth lead. It's going to be a full set of barriers claimed, and there are no tier 2 towers to protect Empire. You've got 2 minutes of destruction for the lads on Radiant. This is a gigantic timing. I don't want to say it's game, but there's a 5% chance from Daddy Gaben. I cannot stress enough how ridiculous 25 with Burning Spears, pure damage, and the Light Break Scepter is. Melreen is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah. And this is why, like... Lincoln's is a good item, don't get me wrong, from Squad. I feel like the way that Empire have itemized this game in particular is that they're playing to not lose, or they're scared to die, basically. And this is Dota. You can't be scared to die. You got to go full Davai, you got to get in on top of the face, and you've got to actually kill people. And it really feels like even having a Slardar level 18, even with a tiny, huge amount of damage burst, you need that Silver Edge to be able to do anything against this lineup on Nemiga.
They're about to have a... What's the broken item called? Right back. That's it. How could I forget this stupid item's name? Hellscream.
Sorry, I just got triggered looking at Tiny's neutral items.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Every
It doesn't
game.
matter.
I know it doesn't matter, but it's every game. How does it happen? It must be coded in. If Tiny in game, then Titan Sliver will drop.
It's
so stupid.
Yeah, I know. At least this year, at least we don't get Tiny 1 anymore. That was a good time. Good couple of months.
Well, we get it in this game, and it's not doing too well.
Yeah, it's a good thing, I suppose. Now it's gonna... I really think you're gonna pick a Tiny 1. You need a way to buff him. Which, well, honestly, I've been mentioning a lot about the starter, so I suppose they have. Yeah.
But they just haven't won any team fights. They haven't gotten any pickoffs with a pretty pickoff-oriented lineup, right? Lina, Slardar, Snapfire, Tiny with a Blink Dagger. These are all heroes that should be able to kill people. They just haven't been very effective with their map movement. A lot of it, of course, was a result of those deep wards they were able to place up on Nemiga. A big part of that as well is just they just cookied Retrograde forward for no reason. They weren't able to group up together and take towers. We saw multiple times, right? BZZ trying to take that mid-tier 1 tower on his own as a pos 5 Abat. You've got heroes to be able to do it. They just haven't done it.
Really? They're going to give him some respect, huh? Maybe waiting for the items to flock on out from the base, but, well, yeah, I guess definitely you want to wait for that. Butterfly and Kiritis, like we were speaking about the Voodoo on Hellscream. So do they go with this mid wave?
Why not? Still got Aegis for 1.5 minutes.
Great, Jesus Christ, that's an aggressive blink! Oh my word, Kiritis is just taking half his health pool in one Blade Fury. They're gonna try and stampede on forward. He's Tiny kill. Oh no, Sarto as well. He's so far away from anyone here. They both don't have buyback, and that should be all she wrote, because guess what? Melrain's 1 and a high 5 and he's dropping the banner as well.
He wasn't even part of that. They killed the Tiny without the Husker.
I Nice tips over to Retrograde. Yeah. They're gonna call it. BZZ will drop the G's and Nemiga take the series 2-0. Okay, beautiful. We had a crazy game 1, and then game 2 was just clean from Nemiga. Nothing really else.
Seeing this whole chat? Amar Rising Star. Poet.
Dyer's turn to pick.
That reason too, by the way, Techies, who also excels in the same thing on lane, I think will also go up in value as a support pick.
I can agree. I also like I saw even Spirit. They played a 5-position Viper yesterday when they were playing versus, oh my god, I can't remember the name.
Was it the Perry Poom?
Yes, the Parry.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The thing, wait, I get the name, but yeah, I watched that too.
It was a super close series too. Like it went like 60 minutes the last game. Spirit ended up like winning out of some kind of clutch plays, and maybe the other team kind of threw a little bit, but yeah, Parry or something. Yeah.
Parney, okay.
Parney, yeah. So yeah, I think Viper is one of those, and also Puck. Dude, Puck is getting played a lot more right now, and I'm wondering if it's because of BKB changes, reduce, you know, the longer cooldowns, a hero that can really take advantage of that with low cooldown ultimate and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really interesting to see the rise of some of these. Visage, unbelievably popular. We're seeing her, we're seeing him shred the familiars. All these different buffs for them are just absolutely ridiculous. They kill Brax in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's that minus armor talent on the familiars. Like, if you ever, so typically with heroes that set the tempo, like Beastmaster, and who's banned out coincidentally, but Beastmaster and like Visage, if you lose one team fight, these heroes can punish your objectives so insanely quickly, and it feels like any kind of hero that can do this has seriously risen to popularity in this meta so far. And I think we talked about this a little bit before in our last NA panel, but Fogged, we kind of like attributed this to every time there's a new patch, it feels like the Dota concept of pushing and punishing has always like been the first thing that people go to during a new patch, because it's the concept that never really changes, and it seems like a fail-safe kind of idea when you approach a new patch.
Yeah, no, definitely. Also, I think, I don't know, I think there's just a lot of things, especially like that people just maybe slept on for a bit. But I'm like, the other day I was watching, I think it was China, and they did Marcy Visage, and this familiar with a sidekick on it just killed a Rax in 2 seconds. Like these type of concepts, I feel like people maybe did overlook. We saw Luna Visage a couple times at before the major, the Storm Visage when it was really popular right before the major too. So I think maybe just people were sleeping on these heroes. Get so many buffs, cool talent changes as well too. So.
But it's also just the heroes that were more popular back then, like get nerfed. So then you kind of go back to heroes that you were playing, because Visage did see a lot of play before, especially during the major, but before the patch he did see a lot of play, but not this amount, not with this much priority assigned to the hero. But yeah, typically when heroes that have been the go-to for a while, like such as Chaos Knight, get nerfed, and they're like, okay, why don't we just go back to Visage? It's working nicely. And that's always the cycle of a new patch.
And we get an Enigma and a Coddle. So Coddle, in my opinion, did not really get nerfed at all. I think that change was so irrelevant.
No. I do not agree. Freaking level 2 Illuminate cannot kill the range creep instantly anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have to auto attack it one time first.
Yeah, but you're as a mid laner, you're priming creeps.
That is true.
And you have blinding light, so.
But I don't play it at the core. I play it as a support.
Well, then there you go. There's your knowledge. But yeah, I feel like it's a pretty small change.
I agree with Font, actually. So the most significant time for this to change is just like Coddle's early levels, especially as a mid Coddle, where like the enemy mid laner gets hurt a little bit less when he tanks and Illuminate, but overall it's still the same damage at max level, and that's when Coddle becomes a monster, right after he gets his BOTs, after he gets his like one item, whether it be a vessel or an orchid or whatever he chooses to play with. He's still outputting the same ridiculous kind of damage with the same move speed. I honestly think that if they wanted to like tweak Coddle a little bit, they should have given him like -10 move speed.
I thought we would have lots of move speed changes this patch. Honestly, we've got little spooky skeleton moving 500 moves. Sure, he's now kind of been addressed enough, but like still the movement speed is definitely really high on a lot of these heroes. Even
freaking Warlock got buffed.
Yeah, everyone got like they got buffs on movement speed, but not nerfs on movement speed. I really thought Coddle would get hit, but looking at the bans, so this is where it's already like looking like to be that core Coddle, banning out the jump backline jumpers, the Puck, the Ember. Alchemist, a hero that also I feel like has gotten buffed a lot. People have been playing that one a bit in pub. Still unsure because I haven't seen it in a pro game myself yet, but
yeah, so I don't remember which game this was entirely, Neil, but you were definitely there. So do you remember which North American team picked Visage as a response to mid Coddle?
I want to say Wildcard, and I think it was Sammy, but I'm not 100% sure if that was the game.
Because we also saw Nisha play it versus Weehaw, but I don't know if they picked it against it. I know they just had the matchup of the mid Visage versus the Coddle, and he did very well.
Because was it a mid Visage versus a mid Coddle, or was it just okay?
So actually, I think Fog is right. It was a European. I've done so little that I forget at this point. Sad, but yeah. So basically, a mid Visage versus a mid Coddle is actually very, very good. It's one of the best means to approach this Coddle. So and Keeper of the Light was picked into this first phase Visage. So I think we can safely assume they might be considering putting it on the offlane or like support role. Of course, you can't count out the Coddle ever, but because of the Gravekeeper's cloak, Visage can tank a lot of the Illuminate damage. Also, Coddle does not really do well in killing familiars, and if you have a +1 support rotation to your tower with the catapult wave at like minute 5, let's say you kept the catapult alive and the familiars are up by then that's pretty much a guaranteed tower because you can chase Coddle away with the familiars and he can't do anything. So it was a really interesting way to fight the mid-Coddle conceptually that I think worked out really nicely.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you have to get something that gets on the Visage because as people know now, the cloak is not tied to the birds, it's tied to the hero. So you can hit those birds all you want, the cloak charges don't go down. You have to break the Visage's cloak. So Coddle does not do that. You can't get on top of a Visage. If you do, you're dead. So
Dyer's turn to pick.
Okay. As far as Enigma goes, interesting. Do you think this is a support Zeus?
Ooh, I hope so. I think this is a hero on the rise.
Yeah. I think this hero, as a support, definitely got buffed up when he got that mobility, the heavenly jump or whatever it's called. I don't want to say it wrong. But when you add mobility to an inherently immobile hero, suddenly it becomes a lot more flexible than just a core Zeus, because Zeus has always excelled at what? De-warding, right? Taking away the enemy's ability to see you on the map. And of course, this doesn't necessarily have the time on the map usually to run around and de-ward. So a lot of support players have been fond of the idea of him, but he was always just too slow, way too easy to kill, and way too easy to punish. But now that's not really the case with him anymore. And a lot of HUD players at high rank have been experimenting with support Zeus. And I think we actually saw Aramis from Alliance play it in one of their games.
He did pretty well.
They didn't win. They didn't win, but it looked really good. Like he was running around and just de-warding, and it was really cool. It's like you don't really have to buy a gem on this hero, right?
Yeah, he got it super early.
King, yeah, for sure. And with Monkey King and the Visage and the Zeus, the vision advantage that Brame have right now is wild. Because when you look at heroes like Enigma and Keeper of the Light, and now the Skywrath Mage, all of these heroes, they don't like to play under enemy vision, or they need to play on their vision so that they don't get jumped and die.
Cool.
But basically, they have the vision advantage now. So.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing that a lot, especially for Brame. They really like to play with some type of visionaries. They're probably one of the most Beastmaster teams even before the hero was popular.
Yep.
I like this SD pick a lot. It's not like you see anything that's like, oh my god, SD counters X, but you look what the idea that Into the Breach is going for, bursting heroes down with the DK and the Skywrath. You'll have this hard save always. That's going to be really, really nice. Anything versus like Coddle.
Absolutely. Even versus the Enigma, like you can disrupt him when he's casting Black Hole, but later on when he has a BKB, and let's say you can't boundless strike him or Zeus nuke him or anything, you can maybe disrupt the target that's inside of the Black Hole at least and buy them time. So it's interesting conceptually, but I do want to see a jump hero for Brave, because we talked about the ridiculous vision advantage that they have, but they don't necessarily have the heroes to capitalize it unless it's a core Monkey King who does go in first, right? But so far they've got 3 backline heroes and Monkey. Well, I wouldn't call this a backline hero, but he doesn't have that like ability to gap close instantly and just like jump the Keeper or this guy. So they definitely need to pick a carry like that.
Yeah, I imagine that's the carry Monkey King, because they see DK also, so you get the matchup of the MK versus DK very likely, because you kind of just have to lane it like this now at this point. Actually, their draft looks a little interesting now that I'm looking at it. Who's on where? And Into the Breach.
Yeah.
Little mid, and then what? You have Enigma 5 already locked in place and Skywrath 4.
Yeah, an offlane DK.
So Enigma has gotten nerfed significantly. The Eidolon cooldown is extremely long now.
At least at level 1.
At least at level 1, yeah. So your early game starts out a lot slower, but hero kind of still hits the same power peak at the usual timings.
The only thing we can say for sure is that it's going to be a 4 Skywrath Mage, and the DK can definitely be like flexible. I mean, it makes sense to pair him with this guy on lane, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a mid Coddle, because we talked about this hero being countered already. I mean, if Into the Breach do put the Coddle mid, then they are very confident in their Coddle player.
But where do they put him then? Coddle, they can't put Coddle Sky.
Coddle Sky,
right? They have to put I feel like they just have to at this point.
I mean, I guess you could have like, but if you're playing versus core Monkey King and you put your Enigma offlane, that's a really easy way for Monkey King to just clear the Eidolons. You have your Boundless Strike, you have your Primal Spring.
No, it's probably
it's gonna be
So
a
I'm thinking it's DK,
So
and
it
it's
has to
5
be DK
Enigma.
Sky.
Yeah, I don't see another way that they can deviate
That's
this.
so awkward.
It is.
That's so awkward though. I don't like their lane setup
agree.
in that case.
And they'll pick a Jug. So if it's that Visage offlane that we've seen, this was the solution that people were looking for. But as we mentioned, it could just be a Zeus +1 in the offlane, because the Zeus could be the 4, and then the Visage mid versus the Kato, which is what we saw Secret to. So
Yeah, they kind of drafted themselves into a corner here, it seems. They were also very intent on this DK Sky combo because they picked it in quick succession. And now they're cornered with this awkward lane setup. And now Brame need to figure out most likely I don't know.
it should be the 11. I'd imagine it's the 11 hero. Oh no, they're actually okay. So
Focus to Vito, okay.
interesting.
So we talked about heroes that need to go in first. So a Wraith King that goes Blink Armlet can definitely
Fog is playing Zeus.
fulfill that role. Yeah, it can definitely fill that role. I mean, mid Zeus is fine too. I guess versus Cuddle, I think the Visage was a much better solution
I think so
to the
too.
Cuddle than the mid Zeus. So this has to be a player preference kind of thing. It has to be like the players on Brame wanting to play certain heroes.
You're also playing the Visage into the Jug, which is
Yeah.
literally what teams were doing, right? Jug,
Yeah.
the teams wanted the Jug versus the Visage because you can just spin him down because you're so slow on Visage early. You still do nuke like a crazy amount, but that's where Jug also comes into play because sure, no healing salves, but healing ward. So
Agreed.
It's a really unusual setup, I think, for Brame because I feel like they could have laned it way better.
agreed.
But I mean, conceptually, I do like their heroes. It's just that I wonder if, I mean, they gave into the breach they're into this game by putting the Zeus mid versus Coddle and by putting the Visage versus Juggernaut. Like, that is the way you give them into the game. But, I mean, I'm not going to count them out or anything. Like, if they're laning it this way, then they definitely there has to be some kind of idea that they're confident in there, or the players are just confident on the hero. But overall, conceptually, I do like the picks on Brame.
Me too. I like Desire also when he's playing his very active heroes, his Spirits, his Monkey King. We saw him even on the Monkey King today. He was part of every kill. Like, he was actually all over the map super early. So I think maybe that's why I really want him on that hero rather than the Monkey King carry versus the DK, as we've seen so many times. So it must have been a player preference thing for Brame.
Yeah, and I always enjoy how Division 2 Dota is oftentimes not which draft looks better, but which draft looks less weird. So let's settle that discussion in game number 1 with our casters, Moxie and Purge.
Man, I love looking at the drafts and being like, this one's the weirder one. I'm so excited for it. But, you know, we differ a little bit on that with Tsunami and I. But yeah, it seems like our panel seems very on board with what Brame has set up here, but maybe not so happy about the lane setup. What do you think?
Yeah, the lanes are definitely the weakest part of it. Having a lane Visage against Jug does not feel too good. But I was kind of wondering when teams would start picking up Shadow Demon again as a solution against this DK Sky thing. Because it is so effective in the mid game. Once you get Blink Dagger, you're getting kills with stun into new combos with its Coddle, bringing the damage or Sky with Mage. Disruption has classically been a solution against that. Thank you, Tsunami. I really appreciate that. Get that chair out of my fucking way. Disruption is great. No, please.
You got too smug, Purge.
He's
You're
often
taller than
like
me.
that.
The first time in my life. Woo!
Short people rise up. Let's go.
Okay, so I feel like SD as a hero, obviously, it's a good solution against these chain centers. The tough thing, and I think the reason teams haven't done it too much, is because you do have to be in the right place at the right time. If you're not, it feels real bad. You're like, oh, I could have saved that guy if I was in disruption range. But sometimes you sit behind the wrong heroes, maybe you're not in position for the fights. But ultimately, it's a great pick as well against Jug too. So I think Brame should be pretty happy having SD this game, as long as Spartan can hold himself back a little bit and make sure to not be initiate first.
That is always the little bit here with Spartan. He does get very excited. He's ready to kill. He's ready to hit towers, and sometimes is just a little too out of position for some of these squishier supports. But one other thing that's, I believe Effie mentioned this, is the amount of vision that Brame has this particular game, right? You've got the Monkey for the tree dance, you've got, Zeus for dewarding, you've got Visage Bird, you've got, the Shadow Poison. Like, you've got so much going on here. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Into the Breach to get the jump, and also, they want to sit on the back lines. They don't want to really necessarily have some of these heroes very too far up front, and they'll be able to... Oh boy, classic Spartan. Classic Spartan. He'll try to buy himself a little more time. Maybe they can get the runes off of. That's an even split, so.
It is best by trying to trick them, but
to be fair,
what they did when they got the
I was gonna say that, to be fair, that's not, it wasn't like he expected to, immediately jumped on there. That's...
Yeah. Yep, he's walking up. Gotta head towards this lane, and they're waiting for him. So I like what they did with the observer ward, though. They all walked away. That way, when Zeus got full experience by himself, and then de-warded their observer ward afterwards, make sure that into the breach didn't get the response. So, yep, Bug will have a slight advantage here going into the stage in terms of levels.
And again, we don't often see this. Oh, all right. It's a very nice pick off here in the top lane. I know that Panel was a little concerned with seeing the Visage paired up against the Juggernaut, but that's a nice way to get started for the side of Rain.
If you can kill a Jug, kill a support, no problem. Yeah, very good though. If they can get fast boots on Visage, that will make a big difference. They have to deal with Eidolons as well. Here's that engagement. Little stun being used, couple right clicks. I mean, they've got a Orb of Venom as well, so if he does get in melee range there, there's almost no way that the Enigma is going to be able to run away.
Good identification too that the Enigma basically is very mercilessly on right, because at the point the Eidolon is just going to be
He's got damage
on that and not be able to.
Keep in mind that Enigma helped with that Shadow Demon first blood that we saw. Then he TP'd top, so him dying actually led him walking back to lane. So he's had a decent amount of time here. A big deal because it's going to give Visage a little bit more space to pick up levels and last hits.
That's something that you don't want to get behind on for your Enigma. You want to make sure that he can get those levels quickly.
Actually gives Spartan an opportunity to pull, so he'll get the level advantage, maybe tie one of these creeps. So nice little support win there.
So it has been a bit of a while since we've seen this mid Zeus, right? It's not the most common thing. I think they mentioned that Aramis did play it recently, not as a mid, but as a support. Are we going to be seeing anything particularly new, I guess, for this hero? Because we remember what the build used to be, but quite a bit has changed since we've seen him in the mid lane.
For sure. The Ags build classically was, for the time that Zeus mid was very popular, was kind of like the nice way to amplify him, but I believe the Nimbus doesn't get static field anymore. The Shard's really important, that's how you get your static field damage, so he'll get that eventually, but I think he'll rely on some survivability items is going to be more important here.
You're right.
Might still have Q Ags for the damage burst. It's very important, especially when they're playing against an Enigma 5. I don't really expect any black holes to come out this game, genuinely, because when the fights start, there's going to be a Zeus ulti. Blink is going to be interrupted, and then they're just going to kill Enigma every time. If he tries to cast Black Hole, it's going to be a Lightning Bolt, maybe a Nimbus, some other stun. I just feel like the Zeus is going to provide really nice value in that, and also it helps kill the keeper from pretty long distance. So, things just really happen in this lane.
Lot of harassment coming out again. Kaneka just barely being able to flap those wings and get out. The Slay Boys are chasing him down here. Ooh, all right, that little last tick. That was a little scary. Like these skelly men. Oh boy, he's hoping that he can get this denial, and he does. He does.
Screaming, kill me, and neutrals. Kill me. And my pain. I had to run across the whole map because these stupid skeletons run me down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Otherwise, fairly quiet, and I feel like it's interesting because I'd like to see Dire maybe being a bit more aggressive in the movements around the map, but of course, you know, it is a little bit scary here for Eleven to be paired up against Oskar here. With the fact that they do have, you know, the spin and can run him down. So he can be a bit below that Visage.
Yeah, he's a little lucky if he does get ran at, but decent levels at the moment. Tranquil boost, he keeps his distance from Jug. And the important thing you don't want to get off is usually it's the Jug pairing that causes you trouble, so it's a disable plus Jug spinning on you. So as long as Visage stays out of spin range, it doesn't get Manifest, he should be just fine. And so far he's got 7 last hit versus the Jug's 19, that's fine. I think they're pretty happy with how that's going. And in the meantime, the top network is Thug, actually. Huge base damage is what Zeus works with, so that's for the reason he's stuff enough mid-hero, but he also can jungle decently well. Desire does make a couple movements, by the way. He's over there splitting or stealing some experience from Supreme to Coddle. So he's getting some stuff. Now he's going to TP to this plane for kill setup.
Oh no, it's set up pretty nicely. Now they take it back. This should be a Dragon Knight. That will take some doing. He's going to try to do one here in the corner. They still have that vision. The Spartan finding himself. Oh, all right, there we go. Thank you, guys. Thanks for setting that up for me.
The classic. I would like to participate in this team fight and get the experience and ultimate. Thank you. That's not bad for him. We'll get closer to his first. Right now, just Arcane Boots, one Null Talisman. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary here. He's maxing out Lightning so he can farm as fast as possible. In the meantime, for these fights happen. And this is kind of the nice thing about Zeus mid really is that he can still farm pretty fast, but he's also still contributing to fights with Thunder God's Wrath. But the big downside of the ultimate is the cooldown's really, really long these days. It's 130 seconds when you don't have an arcane rune. So that means that getting these side pressures are a little bit harder.
And again, keeping tabs over on the Keeper of the Light. Supreme getting bullied out of the jungle, and there we go again. You know, it's a little bit longer of a cooldown, but it was up just in time to get that last kill.
It was unfortunate for Supreme. He comes over to put the Absorber down at the same time that they're moving in to go check for bounties, so that they can pick that up. And they get the D-Ward too. Just great moment there for Brain. Yeah,
very, very efficient for sure. And that always feels bad when you're at support and you think maybe that, you know, you've managed to at least get something done. You know, you've at least dropped the wards, but then when you're up against something like Zeus, it doesn't really matter too much because that's just going to get ripped down and they're going to get that golden experience.
Yep. I think Zeus is their Coddle solution here, and it seemed very good in that little moment that we just saw, right? Because even if Coddle has ultimate active and hit with a Solar Bind or Blinding Light, as Zeus, you really don't care anymore, right? Because you've got Heavenly Jump, a 700 range Blink Bit. Oh, is that a hand or?
He's cleaning it. Yeah.
Beautiful. He's trying to make it. I think they told him to turn off the blur on his vision.
Oh, like, no.
Dust. Sorry.
It just does.
They wrote that to somebody. I don't remember who it was. Maybe he's just being responsible. But
that's good. Be responsible. Clean your
very
stuff,
effective. It is important to clean yourself. Zeus seemed very effective against the Coddle in that moment, even though he's only got 1 in Bolt. He basically gets to chase for a long time. He slows for 1.6 seconds with Heavenly Jump, which allows him to chase. Plus the Monkey King on top of that. There's basically nothing that Coddle could do here. And now they just have a little bit of a level advantage. Zeus almost 1 level ahead. Desire's at level 4 at almost 7 minutes. He's pretty happy. In between like Primal Spring and Orb Event, if they keep pressuring the Coddle like this, he's not going to feel like normal Coddle. In fact, how's his Boot to Travel coming? He's almost there, but he's pretty slow. He's still 100 gold away, and he's about a minute or so behind when normal mid Coddle do buy it. So his ability to go around the map and farm has been decreased, certainly.
I'm just concerned with something like the Geek King and also this Visage. It's going to be so hard for Coddle to do anything this game. There's
might be hard.
Yeah, so many ways to get onto the back line, to interrupt if he doesn't have, you know, his ultimate up. He's trying to channel. It's just going to be very difficult for them. Again, Desire being very, very active here. Nico, Thug making his way over, has the Jingu. They a little bit of uphill miss, but follow up here coming out from the team. And again, I feel like we just saw a kill happen there, just like a minute ago.
Yeah, I really like this Monkey for Zeus mid. It seems really effective, right? Because both of the heroes are just so mobile now that running these guys just seems easy. They can't defend themselves very easily. Skywrath Mage, it's Enigma, it's Coddle. All 3 of these heroes cannot defend against people running at them at all. Normally you want those heroes that can like turn around and be like Hex or Earthspike and run. None of these can do this. Now Zeus complements the Monkey King, and Monkey King complements the Zeus in such a big way. So they're just like bullying them with 4 points that are lightning. It's pretty incredible. And the Heavenly Jump, of course.
Harass over on top. Everybody's got the spin. And with that Midnight pulls here. All right, Spartan coming into position. Be able to use the disruption. Get the spin off over onto Kadara. Not sure. Oh, really seems to want this Desire hanging over in the tree line. They'll back off. Skywrath Mage is here. And they're just going to be patient for on the side of Brian.
Doing a great job with the bats. Just being annoying, killing important things, Eidolons, the healing ward. The pressure you put on Jug is just so important because it limits his to get killed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The sentry's getting dropped over here. A lot of pressure being placed here in the top lane.
Armlet's finished now for Raking. Very good timing on that. No boots on him, but between Possessed Mask and Armlet, he should farm quite fast. And nobody's going to die down here between the DK and Raking, but I think that's pretty decent for Brain at the moment, especially with Jug being fit. His net worth is fine, but it's not really going crazy at the moment.
Uh-oh, they're looking for Supreme over here in this mid lane. They smoked up for it. Spartan's gonna open up the disruption. Look at these TPs, though. They want to protect him. Down. It looks like he's going to end up paying for this. Oh, but the Thunder Wrath coming in hot. Gets the kill on Supreme. And almost gets Sky Death Mage, too. Oh, security to go too far? Have the final hit. Yes, they do the double kill.
That Aether Lens is what gets them there. Just enough cast just to beat that one up. Nubito does rotate to the mid lane with full skeleton. Great moment here to take abuse. They're gonna force a gloves that'll defend it just, but those are really nice movements to do basically, because even if it's just 2 heroes dying, they don't have a glyph there. That tower takes a good 800 damage, and if your mid is a Zeus who doesn't hit towers at all, you got to take those opportunities to do so. Risking fitting into their draft very nicely here.
Ari sitting so low. It's throwing me off there with the Ari being such a short portion of the name. I keep Neko keep saying that. Apologies, guys.
Did mess up that kill though. He did the classic Zeus issue if you're the heavenly jump that, and maybe Thug's not, maybe just a mistake, but he wasn't moving when he clicked it, so he just jumped in the air. He was slightly out of range, so he neither got the slow. Maybe he meant to stand still and use it, but regardless, he was out of the range. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get the slow and guarantee that sky kill. But still having a great game, 4-0, and by far the highest net worth in this game. He's having a great one. Thug's really been well so far this DPC season.
Looks like they are starting to move down to the bottom area here on into the breaches. No desire here. Barrier is going to be able to meet, but it will also reveal his position, so gonna fly it back. And they have a Cardi in the bottom wave, but top lane, Spartan just going to harass a little bit over onto Kadaro.
Illusion.
Just gonna push him down. Looks like they're gonna try to trade towers for the most part, and Thug continues to farm, as does this Keeper of the Light. But with all the sun here on the top left, towers go down very, very quickly.
Top tower, eh?
Desire continues to keep...
They're set up pretty good for pushing with the Vlads on Visage. This is like really making up for any tower hitting that they might have needed. And Nima is also trying to offset this a bit by getting his own levels, Vlads, but he's just naturally slower. Oh yeah, they're actually just crushing these islands. Pretty easy for 11 to kill those, although 11 might die this time.
Yeah, he is silent slow. He's gonna walk into the mist flare, so that is a nice kill here for Kadaro.
Is that a visible Mystic Flare to you, or just me?
No, I saw it on the...
Okay, that's a very bugged ability for a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta listen for it.
It's actually, we're very, very lucky with the sound cues that are in Dota. Being able to just listen and know exactly what it is. Do you pass those all the time when you're doing the quiz? The top keeper quiz?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the vast majority.
Top lane.
Nubito's still pushing a bit, looking for kills. Is he just phase or something? I thought he would have been at another item, but I guess he had to buy boots from that phase, so still really solid in terms of getting him around the map, but his Idolhunter is just running away from him, not giving these 3 last hits.
Zippy.
Okay, Zakaya. What?
He wants Zippy here on the bottom lane. Slow him down, follow up, leap forward, the bird's doing the damage, and Thug will get himself yet another kill.
You said, I want Zippy. No, it's like, well,
that doesn't make any sense.
What is this? It was some like name or word that I was not familiar with. I was like, is this a weird name for that you for some item or I don't know.
No. There's a player name. Wait more. Alright, well, fairly even going out here in terms of the net worth. But the Zeus definitely has been looking very, very nice, whereas the Keeper of the Light struggling a bit. Okay.
So, instant replay of Zippy. There he was, zipped right in. Not as easy kill.
Are you calling him Zippy now?
It's a joke. Simple joke.
Alright, well, they're smoked up over on the side of Brame. They are looking to invade here as they find themselves Supreme. Open up a good balance, hop down, level them up a bit. And there's a kill for Desire. So,
there's so little he can do.
It's just a really nice draft coming out from the side of Brame.
They've done a very, very good job executing it, though. I mean, obviously they have a net worth advantage, but Supreme spent a lot of time hitting creeps, trying to catch up or whatever. They've got Spirit Vessel, he's got BOTs, but I just feel like they've been limited on their ability to initiate, right? They do have a blink on Zibe now, so he can go start some fights. They've got 6 or 7 on Skywrath maybe, so they can get some kills. It just feels like their team has spent maybe too much time hitting creeps so far this game.
Oh, they found themselves a Jug, but Jug, it does have the spin up, is going to use it to teleport out to safety.
Ooh, Desire might break the smoke, he does.
Sorry. Can't do anything against this Visage.
That's really threatening, actually. Like, it's not common for 11 or Visage to just get all these solo kills like that, but like, he can pressure heroes, but certainly Enigma does not have a solution, right? He's rushing the Vlad's upgrades. Well, how does that cover him if he gets gone on?
No, but they are trying to make moves here on Nubito here on the top lane, but he's fairly tanky. Okay, they'll push him back. That's going to be the reincarnation. He's coming back up again. But there's nothing else after that.
They could have stayed, actually. I think they were just worried about named this one a bit. Once again. Oh, I can see the sky ulti now. Oh man, he was really low. He popped once, and then he still went down, like, almost died again. That was really close.
Yeah, he got chased for quite a while too with that lowest hit. He's bottling up as fast as he could. There's a maximum amount. Daro here in the middle lane. Okay, Thug's just having a great time this game. No worries in the world as they do manage to find themselves a bit over there. Mystic's Flare coming in. They've got the silence of Resort. No, not going to be able to do the disruption, but Thug coming in with the last hit. Be able to make sure they take out the Dragon Knight.
All done on an arcane rune too, so lower cooldown there. He picks the shard as well, so he's got static field for a bunch of extra damage now. And on the right side though, Caudle is finally caught up here. Equal net worth to the Zeus, kind of impacting similar things. Range magical damage, huge amounts. Spirit Vessel will be very effective against Wraith King or anybody else. But for now, it feels to me like Brame has pretty solid control of this game, but it's certainly not over. Considering the net worth is even very interesting build. Went straight for the full Mjolnir. It looks like a very optimization, but his damage during Omni Slash is going to be huge. There's a lot of stuff to clear in terms of illusions and summons and stuff, so the Mjolnir procs will be very effective because normally Maelstrom only jumps 4 times. That's it. But if you're dealing with skeletons and there's 8 of them, you need to clear that shit out really fast. And now with Mjolnir, jumps 12 times, goes up to 180 dimensions instead of like 140 or something like that. So this will really help these Omni Slash pumps later on.
And also seeing the being able to move around as a Dragon Knight and the Skywrath mates, they found themselves the Shadow Demon over on the side, so they're able to get a quick pick off, which is very nice. But you can see immediately Brame will respond over to Triangle. They want to make sure that they can keep it safe for Nubito.
Bats are just so good to warding so safely too. So very safe for them at the moment. Drum picked up Visages. He's gonna go pack next. That'll help keep them alive in these burst moments. These burst lineups between like DK and Sky's Mage. The Wraith Pact is really good actually. You can reduce their damage by 30%, and it's being amplified, right? So it's by the Sky Ancient Seals. It's a great way to potentially save their allies if somebody gets gone on. Might be Visage, might be somebody else, we'll see, but definitely a good Wraith Pact game. And Joe continues to farm in the meantime.
To be fair, I feel like a lot of games have just been like very good Wraith games.
Yeah, it's still a very good item for sure.
Yeah.
But this game especially, in terms of burst lineups, reducing damage from burst lineups is very, very powerful usually. Because if you survive through that initial burst, you almost always win the fight after.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
A lot of burst on into the breach side, so let's see if that. But so far, Brame just moving around as a squad here, ready to set things up. Got Orc finish on Monkey King, which can be huge. He can silence Jug, where he spins out massive, but if the Juggernaut does get his spin off with his Mule active, he's going to be very difficult to take down. Finally, getting sick, not knowing where their opponents are, making sure they're not Roshing, they off the Zeus.
And again, that is something that's nice for the side of Brame, is that they do have the opportunity to get these vision in this moment. But on the flip side of that, is Breach is like, all right, well, they've already used Zeus ulti. This is our moment. Let's smoke. Let's see if we can find anything. So they will smoke up over on the side of Into the Breach and try to secure up their areas a little bit more. I don't know if that was underneath the ward when they smoked.
I didn't get sorry.
Okay. Well, it does seem like the side of Brame playing that top area of the map. So is a possibility, but they're creeping over. They're going to try to do a little bit of dewarding, get some vision up, try to wrap up.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about Rosh right now, obviously. The Zeus ulti kind of revealed that, and now that they can't either fight because of the lack of Zeus ult or get vision on their opponents, it's just better for them to stick in this area for now and hold it. They picked up a Sange on Zeus. He's got a Sange now with the Aether Lens. Amplifying his damage, not press just yet. I'm sure he'll put it eventually, but some games seems like buying it early can be a bit of a liability. And instead, they're actually just going to start the Rosh. I mean, they've got some physical damage, so.
And look at all the pit, my god. Breach, though. Okay, they'll clear out a bunch of the Skelly boys at the start, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to make it in there in time. They've got the Monkey King ulti. They get 11 right off the bat, but they've already got themselves the Aegis on Nubito. They're going to have to murder multiple times. This jump hit's just too low. They'll chase after Nubito. They need a little bit more damage to finish off this Wraith King, and all right, there it is. There's one. It's coming up again. You got to do it a couple more times here. Desire looks like, is he going to be able to make it out? No, that last little bit of Illuminate, clip it down. As now they'll turn their attention. Disruption play coming out from Spartan. There's a little hold out perfectly. Time from Desire will be able to go and grab both them. As now Spartan is caught in the tree line, but they would love to give themselves this Wraith King one more time. It was looking pretty difficult, but oh, Zeus thumb jumping forward.
No.
He can't quite finish them off. They're both sitting so incredibly low. All right, he'll be able to go and take out Supreme, but he'll end up falling for it.
I'm sure Thug did a massive amount of damage in that fight, but boy, what a downer. His ulti got everybody so close to death, but he just couldn't quite finish them off. And then once he jumped in to get one more arc laning on the Enigma or whoever else, he ran out of mana, so he had to pop a wand and took another stun there. So it kind of went well for Brame considering, but there's some crucial mistakes made in that fight. 11 did have shard, he didn't press it. He was sitting in the front and like, oh, go on me, but he didn't press his shard in time, ended up getting stunned eventually and died. That kind of hurt them because we got no impact out of his hero at all. And once Visage himself dies, the bats lose Gravekeeper's Cloak, right? So then they die pretty quickly as well. So he kind of did get to impact the fight in a positive way. At least they did steal Aegis. But I got Bird here. He is in the front saying, go on me. Doesn't turn on in time. DK jumps and stuns him. He gets absolutely blown up. But they still did win the Aegis, which is good. But Thug is being kind of careful here. If he gets too far up, he gets gone. Might really be vulnerable. Great armlet toggles.
Okay,
by the Wraith King there by Nubito.
Look at the last little eliminate. Desire probably thought he was safe, but
yeah, that's really
get
nice
out
of them.
fast enough. Again, that was a reincarnation. The good black hole too coming out here from Kadaro. Zeus being able to cancel out the black hole. Doesn't say Spartan, but
yeah, he just waited until the lightning bolt came out, and then he's like, okay, it's time. We've got 6 seconds to cast black hole. So it still got interrupted, but it was worth. Oh god, it's so low. Good thing he got the coddle buff. He didn't get coddle there. It would have been so catastrophic for Thug.
All right, looks like we're back up and running here in the game. No, still very, very, very close for both of these teams. This is what I was hoping for today. You know, sometimes you get those games, you're like, oh, you know, you don't want a 2-0, but you think it really is. But this was one of those series where it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a high percentage chance we're going to go for all 3 games.
Yeah, Brain's been playing really solid. Into the Breach, former Chicken Fighters, maybe a little bit more of a mystery with their roster swap, but so far they've been playing really solid. Laning stage felt a little rough at times. The movements from Brain seemed a little superior, but they've been able to keep their network up. Is definitely very important for this. Their likelihood to win this match.
That's a good edge. I shouldn't have executed the blacksmith.
All right. Well, another smoke coming out from the side of Brame. Like he's just trying to tail Nubito here. See if they can bait him a bit. They're gonna shift to the top portion of the map, and they do have really nice vision too in terms of the ward coverage, but they're gonna notice that there aren't any Into the Breachers over in that area, so start to get in position.
They're a little worried on Brame if this game path continues to farm equally, and Wraith King is dealing with the jug and the ultra late game, he's going to lose that. I've played the matchup before. It does not feel good in the ultra late game against Jug because he just has naturally armor. Jug has very few agility items right now, and he's seen at 20 armor. Wraith King had to buy his armor. He had to buy an armlet to get that extra 10. So we'll just scale better as the game goes on.
Vision over on Desire. There's going to be the disruption from Spartan, trying to protect, but still going to end up losing the Monkey King here.
Yeah, Disruption not quite feeling the best just yet. It's okay so far, but it seems to be buying seconds for their opponent. Typically works best against these chains when that has BKB. That way, when you come out of Disruption, you get to guarantee press your BKB instead of getting chain stun full to dead. So that's usually where it has the most value. Demonic Purge is still very useful as well if they're able to manage it, but so far, game's still just very, very even. For Octarine Core is his next item, so that's gonna lower cooldown of his abilities.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the fights where the Shadow Demon has been able to use that Demonic Purge and allow it to get to the point where they can catch up to someone or whatnot. So that has been decently value. But yeah, like the disruption's just buying seconds right now. Some pressure in place on the top tower. Seems like they're looking more for a trade over on Into the Breach. They are in the bottom lane. So summons versus summons. Towers being traded for towers. The top tower goes down just a little bit faster. Interested to see if they're gonna defend. I was gonna just consider that as they'll open up over here on the side. Throw out some pressure over onto the Dragon Knight. 11 teleporting now. Don't manage to take the tower on the side of Into the Breach, but they do a decent amount of damage to it. And they do force the TPs all the way back.
It's great defense. As we learned in the some of the NA series, now I'm playing Dragonite. Dragonite illusions do get while they're buffed here. So Disruption against DK quite effective as the game will scale on. Splash damage, the cross damage, all that good stuff. But just looking for an Omni.
Okay, there's Disruption here for Vito. Still ends up just absolutely popping. It's back up again. This is looking good. They just burst down Nubito. All right, man needs BKB. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was the most BKB thing I've ever seen. I was like, oh, great disruption. He's gonna come out. I'll take some damage, but no, he instantly blew up. The Caudal Blast, I assume, came through. It's really the Solar Bind and the Sky that's really making the difference. Oh, and the E-Blade.
The E-Blade. Oh my god, yeah.
Disruption looks great, and then all of a sudden it's blast. I assume the blast hit him. No, it looked late. Oh, blast did hit him. I don't know, man. He died so fast.
Yeah, it was
completely exploded.
There's a fireball on the ground too. It's just a lot of magic damage that just burst him.
And a lot of magic amplifiers too. That's really most of it. That's why this lineup feels so scary in these mid-game fights here. So.
All right, a nice strike back here from Into the Breach. Being able to take out the position wall always a very good feeling. And speaking of BKBs, we do have a BKB picked up now for Supreme.
Middle tower is under attack.
Needs that when he gets jumped on the back line, but so far things are a little scary for Brain because the fundamentals of Into the Breach's lineup is really strong. The jump, stun, kill a guy. Oh, is that a Wraith Band on a Skyrath mate? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, not a terrible thing to buy at this point in the game. It's a huge amount of armor. That's one of the big weaknesses that Sky has. That this hero has okay HP, but his armor is really atrociously bad. But this is going to give him about 5 armor for 500 gold. That's cheaper than a chainmail, which gives you 4, by the way. So, and he gets 4 hits, and he gets 10 attack speed. That's fine. 4 strength. It's actually a very nice mid-game Sky item. This is really smart. I'm glad that he bought this.
There's your voice line here would be very appropriate at this time.
Yes, that's a great choice. Because what happens in the mid game is if you're Skywrath Mage and Wraith King finds you, he blinks on you, he stuns you, he slaps you 1 time, and you lose 90% of your HP in that first hit. You die every time. So getting a Wraith Band here could give him enough survivability to take 3 or 4 hits instead of just 2. It's a big deal. This is a good buy.
Definitely value. I do like the way that 11's birds, the division, gonna bat off on the side into the breach. They don't want to get caught out here, although 11's still hunting. They might go back in on this. All right, there's the BKB though from 11's with the burst over to Net. Oh, can they finish off Ori? No, they can't though. The final hit though coming out from Thug will be able to ensure that they get that. Now Kadaro is stunned up. They have the BKBs and they turn it right back around. Can they take down Nemiga? Yes, they'll take down Nemiga. They will not be able, or rather, no, they have the disruption up. He's actually all right. He's still alive and kicking.
Rarely left this world, but then he came back.
Yeah. I thought, oh my goodness.
The disruption really big there, and he saved his BKB, so great little fight. You know, the Wraith Band did actually buy Sky a lot of time. Took all these hits from the familiars, but stayed alive, but eventually gets cleaned up. Ultimately, the disruption there, and the fact that they were able to kill the Enigma through the healing ward was a really big deal, obviously. Good fight for Brame, gives him some really nice control. Roche is up in 1 minute, by the way, so not going to necessarily be able to get that out of their team fight win, but taking it tier 2, controlling the shrine here, it's going to make it a lot harder for Into the Breach to contest Roche.
They still smoke up out of the base anyways. Checo don't see themselves. Did they not? They didn't see 11. Smoke broke though. They figure maybe the Monkey King. Finds Nemiga. Side the follow-up stun. Okay, that'll be the first life of the King as they turn their attention though over to the Skywrath Mage. He finds Black Hole over on the back line, so holding on to this Wraith. He did have that BKB pop, so it's a good waste from us. They do drop that big Monkey King ultimate, but alright, that's going to be just blow up now as 11. The BKB patiently over here. About going back in again. Now, looks like Brame back off. They've got the Solar Bind, they've got the E-Blade. Needs burst damage, they'll be able to take out 11. Desire throwing down the balance doesn't quite connect. So, you know, Into the Breach are striking back pretty nicely here. They're slowing down this possibility of Roche for the side of Brame.
It looks decent for Brame, kind of. I mean, with Wraith King staying alive through the Black Hole, that part was excellent, and Visage was able to Brave keep cloak drop on himself, but it was kind of the same time as his BKB, so it felt like a bit of a waste there. He's immune to damage, but also magic immune at the same time, but it's a little worried about getting an Omni Slash or something like that, and now Into the Breach moves in Roche themselves. Ultimately, it was Vision that hurt Brame in this part of the fight. Their Vision was covering the dire jungle on their side of the map, so when the smoke broke, he didn't get a good initiation, unfortunately.
Find himself the Monkey King illusion. They're trying to find the opening here. And light tossed up by Supreme. These birds keeping tabs.
Okay, Wraith King was trapped. He blinked down to low ground now he can't use this to initiate.
Okay. All right, they're thinking about going in. Up the Aeon Disc over onto Spartan, the chase on. They know that he is the person that's going to be able to provide any of these saves, so he's got to fight back. Fire looking for the opening, gets boundless off over on Dragon Knight Nimbus, getting dropped top. The brain back off for the time. The birds. Oh god, all right. I didn't know if it was sitting that low. That is a huge opening now. Oh, this Roche, less than half. So, run in. More buybacks coming out. Dragon Knight wants to be a part of the Zelda curve. Fighting the opening, wants to get the kill onto Nibito. It's going to be the first step. Back up again. This Roche is sitting very low on the balance. Both teams, they don't want to fall into each other's hands at this point. Birds continue. Otakura, he's in the pit. To nuke. Follow the Nimbus. Throwing out the club. Looks like, alright, yeah, they're going to be able to take down Spartan, and they've already snatched up the Aegis, though, over onto Otakura. He's going to continue to spin over onto Nibito. And they're going to go beyond these slash. They'll be able to take down this Wraith King. He is not going to be able to fight as the rest of them are forced away here. Going perhaps a bit too far. The BK coming out from 11. The spin coming out from Otakar. Try to protect Zina. Can they do it though? He did just buy back, and it looks like he's going to be safe for now. Need a little bit more damage. They'll take 11 out of the equation as BKB comes out over onto Desire. They want to punish this Enigma, but this is not looking good for Desire now as he's popped the BKB and they have plenty of physical damage. He's just going to get run down.
Tries to defend them, but it doesn't quite work out. It's kind of an interesting Roche contest there. They disrupted the Jug at the same time that he got stunned, I believe. But the problem was that he wasn't able to grab the Agent. He grabbed the Shard, and then right before he died, he used it, which also had to cost him a bit. I don't think that Shard is very... So, I mean, I think it's Omni Slash, I guess. That part is right. I got 28% more EHP with the Wraith Band. Beautiful stat. Very good.
Pretty good move.
So effective HP, basically like 500 HP from that Wraith Band. Very good for 500. Anyways, not getting the Aegis hurt them quite a bit, obviously. Wraith King eating the Shard a little bit of a waste, but I'd like to see on Shadow Demon instead. That defensive cleanse would have been really good against all these amplifiers and silences. Slap a baby on a Wraith King, you got a better team fight. So either way, the Aegis gets used into the breach in a really solid position, but the game is still really close in terms of net worth.
I feel like we've been saying this the entire time as well. It's just very back and forth here, but right, they smoke up out of the base. Let's see if they can sweep through the jungle, try to ensure that they can farm safely.
Hey, I feel like one of the issues of the Brain lineup is it's difficult, for them to run in. That's why Shadow Demon ran in the previous with his Aeon Disc, because he knew Blink was on for Wraith King. They needed to delay the Roshan. It was a good note, but
did they see that? Okay, yeah, the smoke is again Spartan, the person who gets jumped on first. Aeon Disc has already been rocked. He's gonna just get chased down. And we do have the double damage over here on Altkar. He's 11. He can do any damage here. Slow. All right, BKB does get popped on Nubido. Protect himself. 11. Solar Vine with the Evil Eye. Now he pops his BKB. Looks like Brain just wants to go defensively here. They're going to give up this tower. That was a pretty good engagement here coming up into the...
I thought maybe he would just go Cloak instead, but now BKB to be a little safer here.
All right, well, he's doing the best he can to try to cut these waves. Trying to make so they don't have the creeps be able to help them, but they are going to lose the tower at minimum. Okay, the TP's coming in. Looks like it's Altakar. He wants to stick around. Oh, the silence immediately. They can see you. Shadow Demon. The Spartan is
bit of a mistake, but yeah, they're going to feel comfortable going back anyways. Because of the creeps that they cut, they can't really commit to pushing. It's going to at least another 15 or so seconds of the creep whip there, but maybe it will lead to a max. In the meantime, the being really annoying, trying to deward the sword, they could get it. That was nicely done by 11 here. Still getting done even if there's downtime.
Try to push this a little bit more. Be able to drag that creep wave back, cleared up pretty quickly. Another Nimbus getting dropped. Silence. That's the careful. Uses the spin. Going to just shot this Raxus in the top lane. Nubido. Getting a bit of split pushing himself now. Got the boys with it. And yeah, the teleports are going back. Dragon Knight clean up wave, make sure that they can't do any more damage to this tower.
I mean, as the fights continue, it's just getting harder and harder to deal with her. So it's better for them to split push like this to prevent them from going high ground. Losing the range back isn't the best, of course, but it's minor in the grand scope of things. The problem with Brain is it's very difficult for them to start fights. It has to be basically Nubido going in first. They have to follow it up with some other stuns, which are there. And they've got Boundless Strike, they have the bird stuns, but it's not really easy for them to take their fight. And if they mess up this initiation at all, then they're just probably going to get BKB'd, spun, and they're going to get turned on. And in the meantime, Zeus is sitting in the back like, doing tons and tons of damage, which is great. But if they don't get low enough for him to burst them, his hero doesn't feel that good. So yeah, his damage numbers are probably godly right now. But the fact that the Zeus is in the game makes it harder to get these chain stuns and get these kills because of the nature of the hero. His damage is there, but it's hard for them to play against the Jug, who's got these nice solutions with Blade Fury and Humor.
I think at this point, Brame is hoping that perhaps they can get some more pickoffs here, trying to move out around the map, because the way that Into the Breach is playing, they're very tightly together for the most part. They're hoping that they can push out, you know, the couple of really defensive BKBs have really worked in their favor.
Are getting pretty low though. A lot of 6-seconders on the Brave top. Keep in mind, Carl has used his 0 times so far. Still a fresh, brand spanking new BKB ready to go. That's how pressured in the last couple fights.
Radiant's top tower's above.
But as the game continues, I just worry for them against the Jug here.
Don't look good.
Jug has got Scotty finished now. That's usually the point where you start feeling real bad as the Wraith King, because you're just not gonna DPS him. He's gonna solo you. His raw armor is huge. King working with about 20 armor here. Juggernaut has like 35, so, or 30, 31. So the straight 1-to-1 fight, it's just not gonna go well for the Wraith King.
All right, well, you can see that Brame has been trying to do that split pushing. They have Desire in position for a little bit extra vision, just for the insurance policy, and Nemiga does have the Silver Edge completed, so gonna be able to crawl out a little bit here on the map, maybe do a little bit of farming, but it does feel a little scary.
Where that time let's going. Straight into Zeus's hands. All right, finally time to give up the fair trinket and embrace his 10% extra spell damage. We'll be very happy.
Not a option out here for the side of Brain. Again, they're huddled around this mid area to the breach, clearing out their triangle. Gur has the ninja gear. Wandering back and forth a little bit, seeing if there's anybody maybe creeping around. And did we mention there's
it's Trickster Cloak.
Oh, the Trickster.
Just sitting in Viz, nice and safe. What were you asking? That's fine. Zeus is ready to kill people, by the way. He's finished his refresh orb, plus picking up the Timeless Relic with this Kaya Sanj. He's got 31% spell amp right now. Pretty solid. All of his damage amped by 31%. He can use two Zeus ultis. Bugged for me showing spell amp correctly, so the numbers aren't going to be exactly correct, but it's a lot of damage. Probably like 1600 magic damage from Thunder God's Wrath without static field alone. So that's with the refresh. So 2 Nimbuses, 2 ultis. If they just get some like good stun on a guy, yeah, they can kill basically anybody at this point, Jug included. But they got a chain stun. He has to be stunned long enough for Zeus to do the full combo and for it to be worth it. So they're just going to split push right now, try to get openings. It's 1 Zeus ulti used. That put Enigma to 60% health, by the way.
There's a little bit of an opening, though, if they want to try to go for a play together, because they do have the Blink Dagger on Kadaro. So yeah, you can see Ari picked up a Smoke of Deceit. They realize, all right, the Zeus ulti is down currently. Of course, he does have that refresher if needed, but realizing that perhaps this is going to be a good opening, so.
Zeus is also in that part of the game where his farm speed is really fast. The 25 talents on Zeus are really powerful. You can either get the AoE Lightning Bolt, which makes your farm speed go insane, or you can get 100 extra Arc Lightning damage, which is still good. Overall, this is better damage. The one he went for the Arc Lightning, it's better damage for killing a single target hero. So that's probably why he opted for it. Still can farm very rapidly, but this could accelerate him into his 5th and 6th items a little faster.
Okay, the Roche is up. To the breach. Otakar's already in the pit. Taro is going to hang back, does have the Blink Dagger. They want to try to do anything here with that black hole. Give chase. It is a bit difficult, like we said before. A lot of ways to get into that back line. To interrupt. He's going to see these heals dumped out here. Okay, DeVito jumping into the pit. Follow up immediately. And they're looking. All right, that's going to be the first life of the Wraith King. As over on the side, Desire dropping with guilty in the black hole coming into play. Over onto 2, the perfect 2 targets as they'll take out Nemiga. You're going to have to buy back. There was no disruption available. Zotaker gets himself that Aegis of the Immortal. The heal coming out, though, beautifully done here. Vinekeeper, the light buys just a bit more time, so we'll be able to finish off Desire. See another buyback from Ari. Kitaro getting back in. The Aegis does end up getting removed. Back up, and Jug is not looking too healthy right now because he's just getting hit all over. Oh, there's the Omni Slash, going to be taken mostly by Nemiga. Kitaro jumping forward. Going to try to take down Spartan. Throw out the disruption here to buy a bit more time. A nice boundless strike though coming out from Desire, slowing him down just a little bit. They've got the blind on there. Yeah, they'll take Spartan out of the equation. So, bit of a weird fight going on around this pit. But at the end of the day, with the buybacks, with everything said and done, ends up losing that Aegis. But Otakar, he's happy with this. He's just running right down here, this mid lane.
Yeah, the way Brame tried to start the fight with Wraith King jumping in, stunning, is exactly what they got to do, but unfortunately Jug was able to get a spin-off. So they don't end up killing him. He's also got a Trickster Cloak too, that's going to make it a lot harder for Zeus to burst him in these moments, but ultimately getting a bit outplayed. And then after Wraith King died the first time, they go for the Black Hole. Unfortunately, with Spartan getting caught, that guarantees Wraith King dies the second time. That costs them buyback, and here's their final defense. Nubito cannot die here. More than once.
Not the way Fire Blast was
dodge. This to dodge it?
Yeah.
It's so easy. That's a spin or Manta. He's got two solutions here.
Speed of Light doing a lot of damage. I'll take the tower on into the breach. And it looks like...
The stun thing is really the one thing hurting him. I almost wonder if Wraith King should have gone like Abyssal Blade instead, because then it's fast, you know? Blink, instantly Abyssal somebody, stun him for 2 seconds, then you follow up with your stun for 2.7 seconds. If you had gone Abyssal instead of maybe going Silver Edge by far better damage. But I wonder if he had gone Abyssal instead, maybe they could actually get these pickoffs that they've needed in these fights. At least you could like burst down Jug, force a buyback or something. But all the fights have just been so difficult for them to take.
A bit of a reset now for both the teams. 5k net worth lead going over to the side of Into the Breach, and we are seeing that Brame has managed to get out a bit. They've placed down some nice wards. They've got vision of their triangle. They need to be able to make sure that these lanes are shoved out.
They're just playing together until they get Black Hole in their stuff again. They're not too worried on the Dire side. As the game continues, their win rate goes up, I think. Got Abyssal Blade on Jug as well. Now they'll start crossing the map a little bit with the Dragonite ultimate here. If he goes the old Gunner Manta, it was very effective when Gunner used it in the NA region. Just basically fly these illusions onto cliffs, spot enemy teams. It's really powerful.
Yeah, the smoke does pop. Right, making their way over. We'll find Supreme to blink. Alright, now the BKB gets to play Nemiga now. Taro using the Black Hole is going to just try to hold in place over to the back lines of business. It will already fall. Taro, but he's so low. Nemiga. Alright, yes, they managed to go. And they kill him, but they're going to come right back up again as Otakar, finding his target, finds himself the Wraith King. Nubito is down 118 seconds of it, blinking forward, finds himself Thug. The spin coming up from Otakar should be enough where they'll take out Thug. Buyback coming out now from the Zeus. They realize that...
Slash was very good. It jumped all the way to the Zeus. He had used Disruption for him, and then Wraith King had no escape. Very tough moment there.
Ships passing the night over here as the breach creeps forward. Just barely missing 11. Disruption from Spartan. He's very far forward though, Desire. Trying to follow up with the lockdown. So chase after Supreme on the back lines with these birds. A decent amount of Dagon play. They need to finish off this last bird, but I have to wait a moment here. Got the healing ward over on Supreme. So they'll drop the Nimbus on top.
So fast to Jug.
And Otakar just hitting away at these buildings. No care in the world. Another disruption play from Spartan. The blink in from Zibik. He gets the silence. Just buying some more time here. Desire. Trying to give a little bit of this vision. That's going to be the bottom. Tower and racks removed here for Into the Breach.
It's just so hard for them to deal with the Jug here. The matchup against the Wraith King late game is great. The matchup against the Zeus Nimbus is so amazing. Very easy to kill it. He's got Healing Ward to protect his team and himself. Very tough game for Brain here.
I mean, this is a great pick off. Don't have to worry about the Enigma.
Okay.
But they are knocking on the door here, and the top as Otuka takes the tower.
They'll do the safe thing. Spin and Trickster cloak away. So just 2 barracks left over. Yeah, Kadaro dies, whatever, he gets picked off, but so they'll have to hold back for about 60 seconds, but still they're very far ahead now with the 2 racks advantage. Every fight is felt in their advantage. It's so much easier for them to hit buildings, for them to initiate, for them to get burst kills. It just feels like Braim's on the back foot in almost all these engagements.
Take the Monkey King illusions, do a little bit of scouting. There's the Invis Rune over on Spartan, and all right. There's a gem on Dragonite, has been for a bit, so bit unfortunate there for Spartan to walk into that.
It's a good idea for him to go try to get wards on the map, though, because if you put a ward over in that tri-camp area, sometimes you're going to catch some hero sitting back to like farm tri-camp very far away from everybody else, just trying to get like last hits, you know.
They find themselves 11. Oh, no buyback on the visit for 120-something seconds.
Costly.
Nubito now. Here. That's the spin. There's lots of damage coming out from the Juggernauts. There's a bad hit. Alright, that's the reincarnation. Starts sort of pop that he's gonna start stuffing people like this. But before the time Nubito is trying to run out of this situation. And so that's what all it is. This is our now getting pushed right back in. Again, the spin comes out. They'll call the game.
Good attempt by Braim, all right, but man, Into the Breach played really well. Their lineup made sense. The Jug counter was effective. They kept their net worth close despite the great game for Zeus, but ultimately Braim's draft weaknesses and their lack of initiation that was easy and consistent, it really hurt him in a big way. Jug has so many good solutions. He's got spin. He's got Manta. He didn't even have to buy BKB to protect against these problems. So he was still ahead on net worth, or in terms of like a carry potential against the Wraith King. So while Braim's lineup looked pretty solid, they're
Radiant team ban.
AHAJ? How would you pronounce that?
Because I know it's Swedish. I know the J's are high.
Oh, really?
Instead of Haj.
Okay. I would not have known that, and I did not know that. But I'm not paid to know things about Sweden. I'm paid to know things about Dota. And I'm also bad at that. So, Effie, tell me about game number 2, Enchantress banned out, Viper banned out, and Marcy taken out by Brame. Anything you feel should respect worthy? Maybe Desire Monkey King should be on the radar, the Visage, Into the Breach's, I don't know, last pick Jug?
No, I think you have to account for this coddle a little bit better than you did last game for sure, because I felt like they did have the tools to address it if they just shifted like the Visage to mid, but since it doesn't feel like a comfort kind of thing, they have to keep in mind that Into the Breach might run this mid coddle again because it looked really good.
Yeah. I think it's something that you can maybe even just ban out. It's a hero, like we said. The patch did not really address the mid coddle that much, as we kind of saw putting into play there. And, you know, something I do Into the Breach, whenever it's like a newer team that's come together, like we don't have too many games that they've played together, and when you get to see them team fight like that, target priority was perfect, right? They didn't really mess up with their targeting, while Brame, a team who's been together for quite a long time, I felt like their target priority was all over the place this time. So high hopes, at least for me, for Into the Breach for these further games, because I always like to see when, you know, team fighting is everything in Dota, kind of in a way. If you identify how to team fight, you're probably going to win most games.
For sure, and it also feels like the ability to make moves early on the map is very valuable this patch. So heroes like Enchantress and Beastmaster and Jhin in the early game just feel incredibly effective in doing so, like kind of creating a opening or a door for your team's entry into the mid game. So whichever team can like snatch up heroes like that usually does really well, and Visage is one of those heroes that kind of opens up the game for you, but it didn't really feel like it could accomplish that much last game just due to how effective Into the Breach like performed.
Yeah, agreed. And they'll ban out the coddle. So okay, switch around. I think this is what I think this is a similar thing, because now they get Beastmaster, right? And I think that's like, that is for me, that's 11's best hero. I don't know why I'm still calling him 11. I'm gonna do it just because I think he said he wanted it to, but best hero. It also looks like one of the better heroes in this patch, even though it did get some slight changes and stuff like that. Yeah, it looks amazing. And then it's also just the best vision advantage, even though, like we mentioned, they didn't play to the best of their vision advantage.
Well, they got another one.
So
they get the Beastmaster.
This way though, by having that ability, like there is this play that they can make quite easily this game, which is just the roar into the Mystic Flare. And we saw how effective making that simple play to start the fight on the side of Into the Breach was. They would just DK Dragon Tail somebody into a Mystic Flare, and they would force out a disruption and kind of play around that. Now Brame have the means to simplify that gameplay for themselves, because while they did have the vision advantage last game, they weren't really able to take the fights in the best means possible. So far, it's just looking easier to do than their first two last game.
Agreed. And it also, like for me, whenever you have now immediately, you have the answer to Enigma all game. Unless you get BKB and Lincoln's, which is, you know, that's way later down the line. You have a lineup that can scale really, really well, and you have ways to determine pace a little bit better. Sure, they had the Visage to be able to dictate pace a bit, but Beastmaster makes it so everybody is an objective taker. Everybody's going to be able to push if you do get a one-team fight.
And they finally have a clear team fight initiator in this lineup, because that was severely lacking in game number 1.
For sure, because while they did have like really amazing vision heroes, and we talked about this during the draft of game 1, they didn't really have that gap close. I'm instantly going to take the fight outside of their Monkey King and their Wraith King, who is going in first way too early. Like that T2 fight bottom when Wraith King went in and just died before his BKB was a huge hit that Brame took. So definitely a very simple means to just take this fight, like we mentioned.
Cool. Ember Spirit. So they have the silence, which can be a bit annoying from the Skywrath, but it's not the it's not the DK that he's playing against, where it's this low cooldown, constant threat of this blink instant DK stun. It's a Beastmaster Roar. It's got a little bit of a wind up, got a longer cooldown. You can play around it pretty decently.
Why first phase though?
That is very curious. That's a good question, because I feel like this hero has been struggling a bit for me in this patch. I feel like every time I've seen Ember, people counterpick it with Puck. And then you do okay in lane, and then I watch both times 2 different players buy BKB first item and become worthless in the game.
Okay.
I do think that in Division 2, oftentimes comfort takes priority over like what works best. That's that is the reason why we saw the Zeus being played on mid and the Visage being played on the offlane. And in this case, Supreme has always been an Ember player. It's always been one of his staple heroes. And maybe they prioritize getting that Supreme hero in the first phase like they did last game, just so that it doesn't get banned out. And maybe they think to themselves, we can build around it.
Yeah, and they can ban around it.
Make sure it has a good game. Yeah.
Right, because now like the Ember, you know, we've talked a lot about how Necro used to destroy Ember in the mid lane. Things have gone a little bit different. You know, Ember can do better because now the Flame Guard from a time ago when it changed, he can do better. But Necro and Puck, those are two harder counters throughout the game that Ember has to worry about.
And like we saw in the last game, Fogged, a lot of the ways that Into the Breach took those early fights were they just had all of this poke damage coming out from their Coddle and from like that Midnight Pulse and maybe Eidolons just being annoying. So Ember Spirit kind of does fit the role of like not necessarily needing to hard commit in a fight. He can just sit back and throw those slights, and maybe from the offlane Into the Breach can address that hard committal hero again, maybe through the form of a DK one more time. Who knows?
Yeah. Definitely agree. Sky hates that, the quick pokes. You know, you're like wanting to walk in to get your spells off, and then you get like hit by 2 slights, you get chained, and you're just dead, and you're like, God damn it! Like all those poke heroes can be really obnoxious. Now they're covering their Beastmaster a little bit on Brame, so we see the Kunkka ban. We've seen a couple Kunkka safe lanes versus it. We see the Medusa ban as well.
And Into the Breach cover their Ember Spirit with like the Necro and Puck bans, but also their Enigma with the Bristleback ban, because it is one of the better heroes at running down Eidolons in the early game and making it so that Enigma can't really maneuver himself in a team fight. Also, in a way, Bristleback is an anti-poke kind of hero, like we were talking about, because he does not care when he gets hit by spells from a distance. Like, he wants to run in and make sure that your team is as uncomfortable as possible. He's constantly in your face.
And they could maybe be looking at a Visage for Into the Breach also, right? We even heard Team Ball talking about the Bristle versus Visage thing. We saw it coming into play both games where he dominated, so they could maybe be looking for that on Into the Breach. They get the Visage, it's a super strong hero. It's a poke hero, just like Ember Spirit, so it works really well.
That's a very good point that you make. I think this DK pick could also just be deny pick from Into the Breach, because while Visage could be really cool, the issue with picking him as your offlaner is that you have too much poke and not that hard committal I'm going to start the fight, because for reasons we talked about earlier, Ember Spirit can't really go in first, right? Especially versus Sky and Beastmaster. So DK would have fit the bill really nicely, and also given them that added tower pressure for Into the Breach. But now Brame snatch it up for themselves. Beastmaster plus DK, that's a lot of objective taking, that's a lot of tower damage, and that's also your low cooldown blink initiator.
Does mean that it's either your mid or your carry into Midnight Pulse, so it can be a little scary for the DK in some situations, but it works so well with their lineup that it makes sense, right? The deny pick, also the DK Sky and into Ember, so you can understand why they go for it. But DK versus Ember, if you do that lane matchup, it's a free lane for Ember. Ember free farms in it. Not like you're gonna kill a DK or anything like that, but you're not putting any pressure onto Ember Spirit whatsoever.
Absolutely. And we've seen some teams actually run DK as their safe lane carries. I wonder if that's wonky enough for Brame to actually do, and maybe just pick a better mid hero.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's possible. Also, just the Enigma always gets me a little fearful. It's like when you're going for high ground siege later on, playing into Midnight Pulse, it's pretty devastating.
Yeah, Midnight Pulse is definitely an underrated ability in terms of pure damage output. It did used to be a lot stronger 2 patches ago before it got nerfed, but still is something that can't be ignored during fights.
Oh, okay, cool. So
these guys are just trading heroes from last game, pretty much.
They've got save now. Instead of using the Shadow Demon, they're picking Bane, which they're much more comfortable with. They like to play Bane on their 5 position. So the reset versus the DK, the Roar, the Cyrath, anyone who gets main focused, quick little Nightmare reset off of it can be very nice. Enfeeble, also good versus DK if it does end up being mid or carry, which it's kind of locked into that role already.
Absolutely, and you also have a means to control this DK as the game just progresses with that Queen's Grip. However, I am very concerned because we talked about how Into the Breach loved that poke last game, but they did have that DK cementing their frontliner for them, whereas with the Bane and the Zeus, you have 2 extra backline heroes. Like, who on your team is going to hard commit for you? You still don't have that answer on Into the Breach.
I also don't really, even though I'm mentioning like the save versus the Beastmaster, playing Bane versus Beastmaster is
stressful.
Not very fun. It's like you're under vision, you've got summons all over the place, approaching from all angles. It's not the easiest of ones to do.
Also, now that we see the Bane, we can assume that that's the 5 support, right? So we know this Enigma could potentially just be playing on the offlane, and Crystal Maiden is one of the better supports at dealing with an Enigma support, because that Crystal Nova attack speed slow on the Eidolons is just a really good way to stop their damage, but also kill them, right? You can Nova them, and maybe like if it's the DK carry, like we were theory crafting, you could also nuke them.
Yeah, but I'm also with what you were saying earlier, which is to say Into the Breach needs someone tanky to initiate, or at least like be the frontliner. And so if Enigma becomes the offlaner, then you're looking for a support last pick, or maybe
No, it's that they need an offlane.
So
they need here. Enigma is a 4 position here, I believe.
So Ember's the
I mean,
one.
I could be wrong for sure. I could be wrong.
So Ember's the one. Supreme is playing Zeus.
5 seconds.
well, that's why I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, this is, like we said, the Breach has their own idea.
Yeah.
As we heard them talking.
Brame is
about it.
expecting, I guess, an offlane Enigma support Zeus and a mid lane Ember because they're banning out a CK carry.
Yeah, really
The
interesting.
CK could be the offlaner as well. It doesn't necessarily
also
have
true,
to be the
yeah.
carry. But you do need this archetype to be filled for Into the Breach right now. And like there are heroes like Mars left in the pool that could be pretty cool versus things like
Underlord
Beastmaster. But
still in
the
the pool?
issue with Underlord for me, while it can be really good versus the Beastmaster summons, is that it's still not like it's not that quick blink stun that we're talking about.
Okay, we get an Alchemist. Hell yeah. I was so curious about this Terrorblade ban because they banned TB when you have Ember and Zeus, which were traditionally the Terrorblade counters. Now that they're going for Alchemist, it makes a lot more sense.
Do you guys think this fits the bill well enough for them? Like, I do think that it does actually. If it doesn't get pressured in lane and it hits that timing, Alchemist comes online like quickly enough, and his stun is reliable enough to just be the guy who goes in first. I do worry about Alchemist versus like the tempo of Beastmaster DK, and now the TA that comes out, like they are very clearly playing for this like 25-minute timing, and yeah, you are playing against Zeus and Ember, who can defend towers like relatively well, but it's still looking pretty scary.
Yeah, this time I'm a lot more worried. It looks like Into the Breach wants to, like, they want to do this like late game kind of style that they did last game, where they keep pulling it towards late game, but the pace is going to be way faster. Yeah, TA, DK, Beastmaster, like first Roach, they're going to look to claim whole map advantage and just limit Alchemist to farming. So,
Yeah. Absolutely, and now we see that this Enigma is the offlaner. It's also just not the most reliable means. Like there is a lot of poke into the breach, and there is tower defense. But I worry that like one good Beastmaster smoke will equal your towers dying. One smoke near the Roche pit, that's an easy Aegis for TA. They do have the better late game on Into the Breach. I don't think they'll be able to get there.
yeah, I have to
To be
agree.
completely honest.
I'm also worried. I haven't gotten to see Alchemist on this patch yet. I've seen it in pubs, but I haven't gotten to see it in a pro game. I know it got this long buff, at least on the ultimate, which can be kind of cool. So looking forward to see what he can make of it. Their draft just looked very different, but as you mentioned, Div 2 teams, sometimes they're looking more for that kind of comfort, what they like to play, and that does look like they were the style that they're going for. But Brame, I feel like this time they got their dream heroes. So
Yeah, if you're looking comfortable, what were you just stepping on?
It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Coffee. It's coffee.
Okay, well, please don't keep a secret on who you are going favoring for this game number 2. Reveal it to me.
Favoring. Well, I do think that if Brame pull it off, they should be able to end the game quickly enough. But I think Into the Breach have proved that their ideas work pretty well, so I wouldn't count them out either.
okay, I can agree. Yeah, because this late game is strong. If they can hold high ground. They have Enigma, they have Alchemist. Everyone needs a good Ags. Some good Aghanims in the game too, with the Alchemist can give out. So there is a chance for this super late game draft to actually work out. They hit that timing.
All right, well, I'm hoping we start Aghanims, and I'm going to bring you guys a cast for game number 2. It's Moxie and Purge.
Sounds like this is a race against the clock here for the side of the Brame draft, but Into the Breach, they looked very good in game number 1. They held in there, they took their time, were patient, and they're able to get that victory. Do you think they can do it again?
I think that Into the Breach definitely has some good stuff going for them. The Alchemist has been decently successful. It's being played with in many regions, I feel like, and it can do well. Certainly, there's summons to kill. There's squishy heroes. It solves their need for an initiator. That was the problem Brame had last game, but I don't think that Brame is necessarily going to struggle in the ultra late game. You do have to worry about things like Fiend's Grip. Black Hole, Zeus combos can be kind of obnoxious as well, but they've got great tempo, I feel like. So maybe it's less that like Brame has ultra late game issues. It's more like they're just really strong in the mid game, is what it feels like. Once Death comes out on Templar Assassin, Thug's gonna have a Blank Dagger working towards BKB. They've got Beastmaster combos to set up a Skywrath Mage. Basically, like, they're just gonna be able to move around killing constantly, and if they do a good job putting pressure out with a CM aura to give them adequate mana, it might mean pressure that means that Alchemist just gets behind in net worth and isn't as terrifying late game as you might expect.
So on the flip side of this, right, we're talking about all the things that Brame, you know, can do well, can put the pressure on, get that 25-minute timing. What does Into the Breach need to do to ensure that, you know, they can get the solid game for the Alchemist?
Well, take all those fights if you can, but don't give up as many losses. Maybe outlane or gank Thug, delay his Blink Dagger. He's a mid Dragon Knight, so his timing should be quite good. But delay or kill the support duo a decent amount. Maybe pressure 11, the Beastmaster, is another option if you can succeed in that. But they are placed pretty well into the breach. They've got an Observer that does see Templar Assassin, so they could run and kill him. This Observer is going to spot them as they approach, though, the Radiant one. So I don't know if this is going to be successful here.
Now,
they have a pretty shit 3 heroes as well. None of these guys have stuns. Alchemist probably won't take his, so I don't really see them killing Templar Assassin in any way. Yeah, and they're going to send their heroes back. In fact, do they walk in vision? They will walk Alch in vision now. Okay, they're going to walk in and contest it.
Okay, well, they don't have the numbers over on the side of Brame right now, so Into the Breach will happily pick up the bounty rune. Is it worthwhile, right? So I feel like bounty runes are going to be very important whenever there's an Alch in the game. Do you send these supports? Do you wander away? I feel like, you know, 11's going to be absolutely fine if you give him that little bit of space there. But with that TA, do you still try to send Spartan over to contest the rune?
Bounty runes they still matter for Alchemist, certainly, but it's more about when his Grieval's Greed is maxed out. And since there's so few bounty runes now, it's more like a nice little bonus. So if he can get the bounty runes, it's fine, but he's only going to get 50% more than a regular hero will. So it's not that big of a deal if you lose your bounty runes. It's more about making sure that you can stick in your lane and continue getting last hits. And look what they're doing. They're saying, screw this, we're going to try out in this Alchemist so he just doesn't get to hit the creeps.
That is a solution for sure.
Also careful they're playing here. Kadar, the Bane is staying hidden. Alchemist is barely showing on the lane. If they don't see that secondary support, they are not going to approach Super because they do not want to get first blooded here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Come forward. Spartan gets that courier snipe. And I'll just trade off a little bit for now.
Yep, not to see both heroes, so they can be more comfortable potentially going for less hits. Alchemist actually did skill his stun here at level 1. He's picked up 2 as well. Usually you see it kind of ignored for a lot of time, but when you are against this kind of scary matchup, it makes sense you might not want it right away. And I do like how Bane is playing this, though. He's basically trying to keep Skywrath Mage separated from the other two. If they do this 3v2 type thing, there's no way they can take the wave, right? But if they keep the one support separated in a 1v1 and then Alch is in a 2v1, he can get some of the last hits, and neither of their heroes are likely to die against the TA. But it's been a rough lane so far. Alchemist has a fat 0 last hits. Very good that he didn't skill Grieval's Greed yet, because it wouldn't freaking do anything.
A little bit of a slow on the bottom lane. 11 is suffering a bit here because of the fact that he has been left alone, but is still getting CS, which is more than we can say for Otakar over there on the top. Thug trying to get back over here to this creep wave. A little bit of body blocking coming out from Supreme, but Supreme's got his bottle delivered, and now Kadaro. This try line looks like it might be paying off. They need maybe one more hit though, and they just don't quite have it, so gonna be hugging the tower, and does have some regen. Will choose to use his salve. Kind of has to stick around here because Otakar has still yet to hit a single creep.
Yeah, I don't think it takes a professional analyst to tell you this, but I believe the Alchemist is currently losing the game. 0 last hits at only 3 minutes here. They are doing a very, very effective job at limiting him. It is, I get that he does not want to die and feed, but I don't know. Surely getting some last hits is important. I mean, he can catch up. It's not the end of the world, but his net worth is very middle of the pack right now.
They'll harass over the maiden, but again, there's the fairy fire, and now this is looking like they're gonna lose the Bane. Yeah. This time, there's the first blood. It's gonna go over to Nubito. He's gonna be happy about that. And okay, Alchemist does get 2 hits though on the creep, so a little something.
His acid spray was just a moment late there. Could have maybe resulted in CM dying if she had 4 less armor when that unstable hit, but yeah, back to being zoned again. So they're basically trading their Alchemist having good net worth at a reasonable time with Beastmaster being shut down.
Oh boy. Oh, all right. The Zeus. A little bit spooky there. Spartan though does get stunned, and now that's the tri-lane versus tri-lane. Spartan doesn't have that capability to survive this time around. So we'll try to alleviate some of this pressure for this Alchemist and put pressure over onto the side of Brame by sending another person up.
Yeah, and in some ways this is decent, right? Because Zeus is to be level 3, so he takes that level, the experience that he got from the bot lane, and he gets to bring into this tri lane. Bane's still level 1, him not being 2 is not the biggest deal in the world, and Alc having 4 levels is also pretty nice. He's definitely mana limited though. If you do this battle Alchemist, and this is one of the reasons I used to not like playing very much, is because if you're cast stun and acid spray, you just run out of mana really quickly. But I think the mana cost did get decreased in the past. In some of these patches it's only 100, so he's kind of surviving here with his 1 kill in his last hits, but very behind where TA is, that's for sure.
This aggression coming out from the side of Brame. They did have, you know, the tri-lane. They managed to even it out a little bit on the side of Into the Breach, but they're just very powerful with the heroes and the spells that they have at this point. Again, Into the Breach. Trading back and forth here in the mid lane, though. Looks like it's fairly even. Thug pulling forward just a little bit in terms of CS, but
points in armor is going to put him in a decent spot. He will be just fine. Ultimately, it's still very much about that setup against the Alchemist, but in terms of 1v1, Enigma sitting 27 and 18, great denies against 11s, 15 and 3. So kind of just the reality of Beastmaster here. So there's the upside for Into the Breach. Their Alchemist having a really bad time, but Enigma's having a great time. Beastmaster's having a below average time. So that is going decent for him.
Oh, all right. Running back will dissuade them from continuing their attack over on screen.
Yeah, no more mana there to give the breathe fire out, but ultimately Ember Spirit's just going to lose a teleport scroll for this one, so I don't think he's super concerned about this as a whole. Zeus holds the experience in the meantime, and Alchemist finally getting access to some creeps. He's got 15 last hits now. He's going to be very pleased with this finally happening.
I was concerned because I saw that TA had, for a little while, more denies than Alchemist had last hits, which is a big oof.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's getting back there.
That's a tough one.
They have managed to find some space here for the Alchemist to be able to hit the creeps. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try to, you know, do some stacking and whatnot as well for them to try to catch up.
No money for you.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do in these tri-lane situations. If we take a little peek at the network there, Alchemist he's getting up there. He's catching up a little.
Aggression being placed over on Thug, but they'll turn it back around again over at Supreme. So we are seeing this dual mid situation going on. They do find an opening here on Nubito. It's a big melt strike, but not looking too great. Just hoping that perhaps he could finish off, but oh, the stun? Ooh. He thought about it. He saw it to go. He was like, maybe, but there was the salve for this TA as they do manage to get the kill on the... Okay, they're gonna get 2 or a double kill here for Zibit. That's gotta feel pretty good for the side of Into the Breach.
Wow. Really nice done using Black Hole for that one. That's the stuff that they need to get their morale up when the Alchemist is having a rough lane, that's for sure. So great for them. The scary thing though is that T is still quite farmed, and once she does get out of this laning stage and does transition into farming, can she keep her net worth like equal to Alchemist? If she can, it's looking great for Brain. some of that's going to come down to rotations, though. Again, Into the Breach's heroes are pretty solid at making kills happen in the mid game.
Yeah, I was curious.
If they can get on TA, that is.
If this was going to happen, because we do have stacks in the jungle there for the Alchemist, but they have a nice ward in place, so Nemiga's going to be able to help himself to some of this. Up around. Over in the other part, though, the Rare will get used on Supreme. They've got their lockdown, so it's going to be a kill. So they'll turn back around over onto Nemiga. He was trying to take advantage of these stacks, but they just don't quite have the damage. So they'll push away the TA, but they have a great ward over there. They know that their stacks, look, there's 11 immediately making his way over, going to deny the stacks away from Into the Breach.
Yeah, Alchemist is really sad about that, but because he's having such a tough lane, he still doesn't have Soul Ring. He just simply doesn't have the mana to take those yet. So the fact that 11 rotates over to take them just feels rough, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand.
Unless you want to dedicate a lot of people to force them out of the area, but...
It would just take way too long to clear him. Maybe Ember could do it with Flame Guard or something. Flame Guard plus one other nuke hero, but they just don't have that yet. And then spending so much mana to even try to pressure the TA, that in some ways is what lost them the stacks. It was an unstable concoction plus acid spray. They got Nubito down to half HP, but he just clapped and walked away. So, pressure on the out. He's at 3,100 net worth. TA's way ahead.
That's very, very scary. They're still going for that timing. Sign of Brame is oh boy, all right, this Enigma's doing quite a bit of work though. These Eidolons face after Desire. He's up killing spree as you end up losing 11. Nubito though joining back in as Meld Strike wants to put a little bit more damage over to Kadar. Not gonna have, in fact, Nubito now sitting very low. It will end up losing the TA. And now Spartan, oh Spartan, you are just gonna get run at, and this Crystal Maiden is gonna melt.
That was all Kadaro that set that up. He nightmares the Beastmaster to prep the initiation. They get that kill. He casts Enfeeble. He has Enfeeble at level 3, by the way, which reduces the base damage of TA by 45%. That's like a 45 damage reduction. That's why he barely survives. And then they kill the TA afterwards as a result. Like that heads up play on the pivot there on the skill. Absolutely crucial here. He knew he wasn't going to be brain sap trading. You know, his lane was an absolute crap show, so it didn't go so well, and as a result, he didn't even keeps him alive and gets him a huge double kill, with kills going to Alchemist, who's now 2-0-2, by the way. Equal net worth to the TA. The game is on, baby. Let's do it.
What you want to see. So use Mystic Flare for the mid lane. Follow up those, a big into position. Gonna continue to poke a little bit here at Thug. There's the black hole over on 3. A beautiful timing. Spartan's going to be the first one to die. The roar comes out from 11. They'll turn back around, try to punish the bay for a black hole, and they just did a little bit more damage. And not set up on 3 heroes, but we're only able to take down the support for the time being.
Yeah, keeping their net worth up is pretty significant, though. The fact that Enigma is so far ahead is really helping things out. Vlad's finished already. That means we might see a Wraith Pact, like, in 2 minutes or something like that. It is very, very soon, and what a good game for it. Every time it pulses, that's a refraction charge on TA. Lowering the spell amp from Skywrath Mage or anybody else is really impactful right now. And everybody attacks slow, so heck yeah, that's gonna be good timing if he can abuse it. But right now they're having some damage issues. That's Zeus. That's all you do.
The one little
Give him a little
run away.
Maybe jumps to slow, but I mean, his ulti is the most powerful thing he has by far. But if he presses it, he's like, well, then all I get is lightning bolts for like 2 minutes. So, gotta be an important kill from to want to pop that.
Oh my god, yeah. This Enigma. Getting so close to that rate pack. That is actually so wild. That the lane went as low as it did for him.
And he has arcanes too, so it's not even like he like raced it up or something. It's like reasonable itemization. Got a Windlace, he got a magic wand, he got a raindrop, like reasonable items. Great stacking by the Bane though. Stacked up large camp, stacks the Ancients the second time. 11 instantly moves over and is like, not gonna let that to happen.
I do like the fact that they're keeping tabs on all of this. Yeah, they've had very good wards put into place multiple times now, keeping an eye on any stacking behavior, so that way they can try to pressure and make sure that they can't take them. Smoked up. There is a blink dagger. Has just been completed for the DK. I think they were hoping that they find the Alchemist, but Otakar, he's here in the mid lane, being backed up by quite a few of these heroes here. As well by themselves, as soon as the Mystic Flare comes out, that's going to be a dead support. I think that's, you know, it's not ideal to lose a support, but that's the person you want to lose. And you don't want to lose the Alchemist or Supreme, who is now frostbitten in mid lane. Does have the remnant up if necessary. Double damage on Thug. Does not have that blink. They'll use the roar though. Okay, they would be very happy if they could get this. Nightmare comes out, but they'll rip it off. There it is, the freezing field. It's going to get interrupted, but they'll still get the kill on Otakar, and they'll follow up though with Fiend's grips. If they get into position, they'll lose Spartan, and they're going to go after Thug now, and he is toast.
Great Nightmare dodge there by the Bane. The 1 second of invulnerability offsets the Alchemist from getting mega chains, and then as a result, they still lose Alch, but they get some response kills, which was really nice. Forced them to overcommit a little bit. There it is, the Wraith Pact at 13 minutes from the Nemiga. We'll see it later. No big deal. But very good time.
I was about to say what the average was currently on this, because I don't think there were times where we were saying it was the majors like Brown Boots and the Wraith Pact, right? But this Enigma has arcanes, you know.
Yep, a lot of times that was support Enigma as well, so that's part of it. Certainly is the core position change. The Alchemist does have a Sacred Relic finish, so his physical damage is going to up. They're even using Wraith Pact to do the Ancients. Great choice here. Here's that Nightmare dodge, prevented him from stunning himself from the stun, which was kind of, and then he just dies right after. But still was cool.
It was a cool play. Heads up, definitely.
With the Fiend's Grip on the Dragonite too, get them enough damage to clear up the Dragonite and win that fight, at least go even. So they're happy with that.
All right. Back into the game, seeing a little bit more action this time around. Got about 16 kills on the board at 14 minutes in. It's definitely been a rough game for Otakar, but he's currently at the top of the net worth, so he's recovered quite nicely. Considering that his lane was disastrous, I think, for the first couple minutes, just no CS at all.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that he got the Radiance finish. It's definitely a few minutes late, like 2 minutes or so, but considering the start, really solid. And once he gets Radiance, very effective against TA as well. Either way, Brain still was happy with their pick, and the net worth on TA is fine here. But once he gets desperate, so we'll see what they try to use it for. Maybe they're going to be able to use it to pressure the tower really effectively. And once the towers are dead, then the map just gets opened up for the Dragonite plus Sky combo. So that could get their kill options online.
Interesting. It's only 2 seconds slower than the patch average for that Radiance on the Elk. I wouldn't have guessed that.
2 seconds slower?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an average though, so I think that's great considering playing in Sage.
Fair, yeah. They use the Roar or the Bane, so a little bit of a pick-off. And they have the DK form that's been Spartan facing. Aura does have a friend nearby, does have Nubito. So should be able, yeah, it's a big melt strike. A bit of a pick-off here.
Miles away.
Dire's middle tower looks like
So they turn into pressure using Dragonite. They're going to keep from top lane. They don't need her here for this.
Looking at here for timing. I believe this is going to be Desolator delivered to the TA now. Yes, it is.
Gonna up her farm rate by a lot. She still is very close to where Alchemist is in terms of net worth. So they're still fine on Brain, certainly. Dragonite's got a shard as well now, so their kill potential is just a lot higher. They do smoke. Not going to bring Beastman with this because he already used his roar earlier to kill that Bane. But they're moving down to catch the Enigma. Let's see if they can grab him. He's going to not show on creep waves very likely, but
look at this though.
Smoke's going to break.
There. Silence. Follow up, and that's a lot of magic damage on the ground. So able to remove the Bay from this bottom area.
And that's the weakness of this Wraith Pact rush. If he has Blink Dagger, he actually survives there because he's going to see the Skywrath Mage cast pulse on him, just blink. But without that blink, it's caught and killed, and that's going to open up Roshan. So nice little pick off there by Brain, picking off a hero in a bit of a weird location, but they get it working.
There's the value of Zeus. They know exactly where they are in the pit, so Spartan will be the first body forward, try to slow them down just a little bit. Oops, that Chris Nova's still alive. We'll make sure that that's not the case anymore. And this Roche is sitting about half life right now.
Maybe some confident positioning by Spartan there. I like the idea. Sit there with Shadow Amulet so your opponents will see you, or see you break smokes and stuff and stop the initiation, but Ult, and their proximity was just a little bit too close.
Or it's going to open up the sentry where they have double traps in the pit. Has to be expected. And the breach still have that smoke over on a couple of the heroes, but they seem pretty happy with the fact that you know, they stopped the Roche for the time being. Play around this area, but they open up here. Okay, Spartan, you just back to life.
Another.
Cut out, but he's not going to go in on this one.
Yeah, it feels like I mean, Spartan just kind of walked right in front of them, right? So that was a situation where I almost wonder if you're just like, was this a big? Should we not? I don't know. But that is a blink dagger now for the TA. So Nemiga gonna have more mobility in the next fight. And Alchemist just continuing to farm it. There's a blink dagger now on this Enigma, so it's gonna get a lot scarier in terms of positioning now for the side of Brame.
Yeah, they gotta be careful, especially if they combo with good outs.
Oh god! All right, Thug jumping in, and they're gonna see if they can finish off this Ember Spirit. But no, it's a good feed grip coming out from Dara. So getting Supreme, they'll trade off with Thug. There will be no Dragon Knight available. As now 11 running forward. They fed themselves out. They're gonna go for the roar. Yes, they'll be able to remove the out as DeVito showing off this damage. The Black Hole will get used by Zivit. They should be able to remove TA now. Get the kill. DeVito, he will finish off as the refraction. I am just enough time, just a little bit more here. Turn back around like the CR. The blend forward. The melt strike. It's a double kill for DeVito. Very, very calculated here. Coming up from the TA as they get another silence, another slow. They're hoping they can get this Bane. They've got vision, and there it is. This Roche is going to belong to the side of Brame because there is no one from Into the Breach up right here, right now to contest it.
Yep. After winning the fight that convincingly, it's definitely over. I mean, Alchemist trying to help out, ends up stunning himself. They take advantage of that. So very easy for them to kill Alk, and then from there, they're forced to Black Hole respond because otherwise they definitely lose the fight. Unfortunately, no Wraith Pack Totem got dropped in the time, so TA ends up still surviving with just a bit of health. So Brame pushing that advantage to that 20-minute mark, where they're just stronger, period, especially in circumstances like that where Alk sees himself and doesn't have BKB yet, because it's not worth his for TAs is. So
that ward perfectly positioned will get everything they need to know about the fact that Bane was here in this land. Yeah, I think the Wraith Pack was earlier, actually. I think that's why it wasn't available during that fight. Another jump forward. Again, this magic damage is just massive, coming with the fireball on the ground and then the Mystic Flare from Desire.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that this fell off a bit at the major, because a lot of the group stage games we covered were T1 at the major, and they were just using DK plus Sky or DK plus Grimstroke, basically these DK stun combos, and they are just the terror of the patch right now still for a lot of teams. This 1-2 is just so powerful.
The fortification. Dara makes his way forward. Does have a Shadow Amulet, so we can, depending on where he's positioned, simply get a good Nightmare and a grip. They'll turn their attention to the bottom area instead. Otakar finding Spartan. Doesn't have the detection though, so Frostbite will get tossed out. On Ember zip by. Run forward here from Thug, Dragon Tail coming into play. The rest of the team, they see that this is a great opportunity to kill this Alchemist. So the silence are into place and they'll collect 11, though it has been left behind. He will be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Brame.
Yo, you can make fun of Spartan for his team fight moments, but like stuff like that he just did is so game winning. The fact he had literally rage creep thought actually, like I think they're talking about Crystal Maiden. Is that the joke, right?
I don't.
Yeah. That's this amazing kill, right? He ends up surviving just because of Shadow Amulet, and they end up killing the Alchemist as a result. Like, he just ganked a freaking Alchemist as a Crystal Maiden. That's so impactful. Really nice by Spartan there.
All right. Well, I still have the Aegis online here for Templar Assassin, and I think they'll continue a bit of this shove. Ito making his way back. There's just no trees here anymore. I'm guessing they were all cut down during things from the Enigma, and of course the Axis possibly as well. BKB completed for Supreme, though that's going to give him more survivability in the next fight. Let him dodge around a bit easier, but still a bit spooked.
Their timing is so good right now. With the Helm of the Overlord, they got this Granite Force for lots of HP on everybody, plus TA for physical damage. Their push is pretty overwhelming. So we'll take the mid tower. We're gonna move bottom to take those ones. Still interesting, but I guess it's close. And with no Roche for a while, whatever, this is where the towers are.
Yeah, the timing for Brame, they're hitting it exactly the way that our panel was discussing. Said around 20-25 minutes, they're going to be very, very strong, and we're witnessing that right now. Maybe you can play for out though too. Okay, there's going to be the roar. They're just going to blow up the Zeus if possible, but all right, there it is. Now there's the main, the next one, both supports down as they'll try to get the jump over here onto Nemiga. They do manage to burn down the Aegis a bit, waiting patiently. Does have the Black Hole if they want to go for it. They've already got the BK, could put the blink away from Nemiga. So Remnant 4, Supreme, trying to get a little bit more mana here. It's looking a little bit dodgy, but they turn right back around. Look at the damage from the TA. They'll just shred through Supreme. The turnover on Thug chasing after this Enigma. They've got the silence up coming out from the Zarto. Next to fall. Eventually, we'll lose the Star Red Mage, but they'll lose the Enigma. And the chase is on. They just can't quite close the gap over onto Ari, but they do see themselves up to current. They just have nothing to cancel out the TP, unfortunately, for the side Brain. But all right, Thug, calm down. He sees Ari, and Nemiga will say, "Don't mind if I do." They'll finish off the Zeus.
It looked pretty good for Into the Breach as the fight began, right? Okay, they lost their Zeus right away, but they were able to kill the TA in the jungle. Unfortunately, they couldn't guarantee the Black Hole because without BKB there, Dragon Knight was just going to blink in and interrupt it. So they didn't channel it during the respawn. The TA was able to blink away, and that allowed them to eventually overextend, frankly. The Ember ran in with pretty low mana, but he just gets chain stunned. That threat is still on the board, and they needed to play a little bit safer there with their combos. Maybe they should have just taken that beginning of the fight and accepted it and let Brame either back off or wait for Zeus to respawn, take a regular fight. But they kind of got crushed, and the tempo continues.
C11 waiting patiently. Ooh. Look at the way that Brame is making their way over. They know that the Alchemist is here. That is their big priority target if they can get it. Will show himself over on the creep wave, though. Still kind of waiting patient here. That's 11 also going to grab himself a creep wave. This feels a little bit spooky for Alchemist. Hidden with that. They're pinging it out. They know he's here.
Run!
All right.
He gets the ward down at least. That part's good. So make it a little easier for them to choose whether to defend this or not, but Tower's probably just gonna die by itself.
Freezing field from Spartan, plus Nemiga doing a lot of negative armor damage. Will ensure a kill on Zabe.
That was bomb than retreat. All right, good catch. And again, the Wraithback kind of a liability in this game, genuinely. He got it really fast, but think how different the game would have been if he got Blink first and then BKB. Because the last two, he's died like twice now with those items not being available.
Charge up the stun, Vito. Back off a little bit, they'll drop Fireball on the ground. It's a little difficult to break this high ground, and they don't have an Aegis this time, so I choose to respect it. There's a double damage available in the bottom rune spot, and this timing is looking very good for Brame, so they could opt to back off a little bit, wait for a pick, and then re-engage.
Yeah, with Enigma coming up, they don't need to gamble on this. They've done some damage, but it's still a little spooky. Beans, there's a lot of powerful abilities to deal with.
I am still very impressed with Otakar, the fact that he has caught up in terms of net worth. He's still very competitive with this TA. He had a very difficult time late. In fact, all right, they might get themselves a pick off, or not. I think perhaps
Great
they
ward placement.
weren't sure where the rest of the team was on the side of Brame, and they on Spartan before and paid for it, so might possibly they want to be a little bit safer. They do have a Hawk in place.
Got a gem on the vein.
Yep.
This'll come in handy.
Take out the Hawk.
Cheeky. It's 2 wards in the same area. There's a little play there on the CM to try to make one of them successful, you know? So that's why frogs give birth to like 1,000 babies. You're like, okay, so most of them are going to be eaten by birds. One of them will survive, and that's going to be the vision that gets me the initiation later, you know? It's that kind of plan.
How many babies do frogs have?
A lot. I think.
I don't know why. I've never thought about that.
Google really quick.
Yeah, actually, you know, if you... I thought that you just would know this with the way that you said that so quickly. All right, Spartan. There it is. There's the stuff we talked about. Nice frostbite coming out from Spartan, followed from Desire. Plenty of damage. Oh, Supreme has to just get out. And he BKBs as well. He is so nervous about what could have followed up there. Doug has the double damage. They blink, but blink away.
Don't you want a frog fact? Come on, shut up.
Sorry.
Oh my god, very important. The common frog lays between 3,000 to 6,000 eggs each time.
Oh my god, really? That's insane.
One in every 50 eggs will hatch into a tadpole. Ooh, that's a lot of dead. That's a lot of dead eggs.
Morbid frog facts with
truly using the machine gun / shotgun method for frogs.
Yeah, but how many of them actually survive then after the, like... I'm sorry. I'm asking you too many frog facts today.
A lot of frogs in the world. I could Google this. Should have tied this in an ice frog book, just like his patch. Frog the room there for 200 million years.
Cheeky, I like it. I like that fact. All right, well, looks like everybody slowed down just a little bit. A lot of pressure being placed over into the breach, trying to pin them into that base. All 3 cores on the side right, looking pretty nice right now. Haven't seen any new items in a little bit for into the breach. Continue to shove out the waves and look for pickoffs whenever they can.
Once Doug finishes, he's going to feel a lot stronger though. There's lots of armor against the TA, armor for his teammates as well. More damage with Unstable Concoction. He ended up getting Unstable Concoction talent at 10, by the way. Very, very rare that people grab this. Almost everybody goes to attack speed, but he wants more AoE from it. Kind of an interesting choice. Maybe it'll mean 3 heroes get stunned in a team fight instead of 1 or 2.
All right, so the breach will creep out of the base. You know, placing all these ships. Does have the shard online now for the TA, so very scary support if they happen to walk over it as they ping out Nemiga. There's a double damage available over here, so pop the over on the Ember. Place another one down. They smoke up immediately over on the side of Brain. Not sure if they're aware of how many people into the breach have over here, though. Look forward and immediately just burst Supreme. Absolutely no way he could be able to from them. Thug has got that double damage still online here. Looking to see if they can grab anyone else. They do see Zibe though, so they'll use the roar and they'll cut through him. And oh, okay, Ari barely making it out, feels.
Yeah, that was a stun being used, so mid-air flying. But EP ended up working. I mean, we've seen Ember die so many times this game. All right, he's only died 4 times, but so many times that the stun plus it is very, very strong, I gotta say.
Yeah,
big tough game there.
Oh, Ari, you just survived. That feels so bad. You know, you're feeling like, oh, I did it, but well, end up getting picked off. That's another. Just now going over to Nemiga.
Desire just owning, basically. That's what it is. He's got the ceremonial robe here. He's got Aether Lens. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's like, Atos? Nah, I'm going to Hex. That's what I
the big boy items. Yep. The Assault Cuirass finished now for Alchemist, though, so that is going to give him a bit more survivability. Again, against all this negative armor coming out from the CA, but it is still very spooky for Otakar.
All right. Report your Ember Spear. What is that shit? He Sleight of Fist a creep wave when you're an alchemist? Come on, bro. That's wasted gold. It's legit like 100 extra gold alchemist had having that. Disgusting. He wants his Lincoln Sphere. I guess it's kind of close to it. I guess that's why. It's like, God, if I don't get Lincoln Sphere, I'm gonna die 18 times for this DK stun combo.
Alright, Zara's gonna go for the Beam Script, but they used the roar. And, alright, maybe they can do a little bit more, but the Frostbite holding Otakar into place. Make it difficult. Glimmer Cape get used. That was a little weird. I feel like we were seeing the Bane constantly just poking away at Thug and Thug moving forward, but not having detection. So perhaps I don't know, a little bit of a panic there. I don't think that was the fight.
Weird was not a weird different frame script. I mean, he got the gem back with his courier, but now they don't have frame script for 80 seconds. Like, that one feels kind of weird to me. We're still looking for pickoffs. Here comes.
Oh, all right.
Like, just so ready. They have vision from the Hawk. They can dive bomb. Oh, more fight.
Yeah, they're still going. All right, no. The root T in place. Does have the Aegis, does have a BKB. It's gonna be hard for them to force Nemiga out unless he decides he wants to walk away. A classic Spartan. Frostbite just runs in front of all of his corpses. I got the gags, but that's me in our pubs. Just Purge, I'm helping. Just no. You're positioning. Our BKB and this combo is just too good. Supreme will stop to it yet again. So to Kerr over here. Popped his BKB coming out from Supreme. They take out Kadar. He's gonna buy back, but look at this damage over onto Supreme. He just popped it. He can't afford to die again, but Nubito's just doing too much damage. So turn back around. The Frostbite, Nightmare Box, a little bit more time, but it is not enough. As Nubito jumps onto the stack line, he wants Kadar. They called it GG. This time around, Braim's draft gonna be played at the tempo necessary and going to be able to get the victory.
I mean, from the beginning to the end of this game, Braim felt quite in control, I gotta say. They started off with that really smart tri-lane that limited Into the Breach's gold advancement, and it resulted in Enigma having a really good early game, and he channeled that into a really fast Wraith Pact. But they actually couldn't fight very well, so the Wraith Pact ended up being kind of a crappy item in some ways. I almost wish that he would have had maybe Vlad's into Blade